Let me guess. You're a graphic designer, and you want me to buy your art. Is going good, by the way? Yes, it is going good. You are first follow of the day. That's good. Dead. Full charge up? Oh my god, that's insane. It only did 400 damage. Because, like, none of the fireballs hit. So close. Okay, I just need to kill him. Holy shit. Yeah, this character's borked though. Fuck it. I'm done with it. I tried.
Another bird.
Wild and wicked, this beast yearns for your blood.
Insert 3 fates to unlock the door to the Trailmaster? What are fates? Cowardly fate. Oh, I didn't know there was like an extra thing. Everything ready for tomorrow. So, remember, as always, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And he doesn't have a body. So it's just kind of the arms, and he's got like his flapping gullet. Kind of just chilling there. Any of these come kind of close. That looks more like a guy wearing an octopus. Which is the back 3 side legs braided, then the front 2 arms. So bend back so they could like kind of arch back like that. Beak doesn't open at this end. It opens like this. And how they used to fly is they would open their mouths and they would swish their heads back and forth and they would catch other birds. Oh my god. I mean, it's close. Literally, like, fucking something along this lines. Like, take this one. So this one's fucking amazing. Okay, there. The contrast. I love it. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Yeah, this is more like it. Ooh, I like this. Workstation. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. This could be like a forming of picture. There. Being created alongside. And you can see how there's like the crystal shell of the celestial being. And then this is like the rock and everything that's like being pulled out of space around it over time to form it into a planet. And how did it get like an actual body out of this? I'm so confused. And a female body of that. That is actually, that is not that bad at all. That's the avian right there. That's what the basic, I guess, female concept for an avian. And the males would have more of like a hippogriff, like thick mane around their necks. It's like, I'm thinking of them as like the kind of dwarf species, because they're a little bit smaller, and so literally they have their manes braided in specific ways, and it's like different braids represent different houses, represent different cultures, and stuff like that. So you can tell like what basically family an avian male is from based upon the braid of his mane. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. For the males, something like this. And a little bit different for the female. Same way how I'm doing, like, for instance, this is like a female avian. Male avian.
This long.
Alright, never done this before. Oh, it doesn't even seem that hard. Oh, I was right, about 10 million health. He did. He literally can't even hurt me. Yo, guys, how's it going? We back at it. So, we're having a little bit of difficulty, cause for some reason, only the soundtrack fucking comes up. How do I get the actual... Wait, did that take me to the actual page? Holy shit. I don't know why the fuck. Okay. Callie writes, how's it going? Oh, there we go, it worked. Okay, I have it now. So we gotta start installing it. Ooh, I'm super lucky. I have just enough space on my drive for it. I was wondering if I'd have to get rid of Oblivion. Can't do screams. I'm awesome. Oh, the TTS isn't on, my bad, sorry. I always forget something, there's always something. There you go, now TTS is on. I'm a bad streamer, I always forget something, guys. Callie, did you drop the new chapter in the Discord? And I have no idea what line editing is, so this is gonna be completely fucking new to me. There we go, guys. We got it. Expedition 33. We're gonna use this game as a learning tool to analyze how the story is told. So it will be a very educational gameplay. Isn't line editing making lines read better? I have no idea, Callie. We're gonna find out. This is what I need to do. That's what I assume it is. I assume it's like, but I don't know what it means by line versus sentence, right? Is line specifically for dialogue? Because usually that's a pin word for dialogue is a line said by the character, right? But I'm not 100% sure. We are in completely unknown territory right now, guys. But I don't think there is anything else we need to do beforehand. So let's saunter right into it. These are probably going to be short reacts because I'm not sure I really have anything to add. Because I don't really know what's going on. But we'll see. On the next episode of Uncharted Writing, Atox attempts to comprehend line editing. True!
Hi everyone, I'm Shaylin here with Reedsy. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to do a line edit. So a line edit is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's the process of editing the line level of your story. For a bit of distinction before we get into the actual examples, there are multiple different types of editing. Line editing distinguishes itself a little bit from the types of editing services that you might hire a professional editor for: developmental editing, copy editing, and proofreading. So line editing has the most in common with copy editing, but they're a little bit different. So copy editing looks for issues like consistency, style, tone, fact-checking, grammar, punctuation, word choice, other issues like that. Line editing is similar, but it's basically just looking at the stylistic aspect, so looking at the sentence flow, sentence rhythm, imagery, stuff like that. It's almost like editing the content of the line, making sure that the line is as effective as possible, but it's not necessarily as technical as copy editing, which looks a lot at the mechanics as well. If you are interested in copy editing, I'll leave a link to a webinar we've got which features 2 professional copy editors doing a live copy edit on some examples submitted by you guys. I'm actually going to be using some of the other examples in this video, so all the examples in this video are submitted by real authors. But what I'm going to be showing you in this video when I'm talking about line editing is more on par with what you would look for if you were line editing your own work or a friend's work. It's not exactly the same as what a professional editor would do. I'm not a professional editor, so I can't really mimic what a professional editor would do. So these are skills that you would probably apply to your own work or to a friend's work, where you're looking at things like showing versus telling, imagery, clarity, word choice, stuff like that. I'm not going to focus as much on grammar in this video. I don't really consider myself an expert on grammar. If you do want to learn more about line editing, we do have a video on easy line editing tips. I would definitely recommend checking that out before this video, since this video is going to apply a lot of what we talked about in that video.
Shit, there's another video I gotta watch? Fuck.
And do your own line editing. Being a good line editor for your own work isn't a replacement for hiring a copy editor, but it can significantly cut down on the time and copy editing costs when you do need to hire a professional later on. So
Fuck that. Do everything yourself.
You kind of bring it together and know what to look for. So all that said, I'll just jump into the example portion of the video. So I've got a couple examples here. They're all different, they're all anonymous, and since they're all from different authors, I think we should be able to pick out different things in all of them. Let's start with this first one. The iron gate groaned as I pushed it open. Sneaking onto the gravel driveway towards the abandoned manor house, I looked over my shoulder. Nobody had followed me. What had gone through Emily's head when she told us to meet here, I hadn't the fog yet. Why this creepy house? We could have gone to some less spooky places, like the old train station, for example. What I like about this paragraph, there's a nice sense of thought process going through the main character's head, but I think we could heighten this more through sentence structure. This sentence, I think, gets a little tangled, so I think I'm going to switch this to, I'm also just going to say to the abandoned manor instead of the abandoned manor house. I think that this is just a little easier to read. I had in the Foggiest is a familiar phrase, so it'd be best to avoid that. So this could be a question. What had gone through Emily's head when she told us to meet here? Well, I'm going to cut for example. We don't need that because she says like the old train station, so it's clearly providing an example. Personally, I think that an old train station, in my opinion, seems pretty spooky. I don't really understand why an old train station would be less spooky. Just reading this one paragraph, I feel like I'm just being told that this house is creepy. So I think we need to provide some kind of specificity here. Instead of saying creepy house,
Writer's voice verification is what I think they mean by line editing. If you're writing as an adventure story, you shouldn't switch to a detective voice halfway through, and horror after that. You can have detective elements and horror elements within the adventure voice. The same with smut. Yeah, see, this is like the experimental stage, right? I don't even know if this channel is, like, good. I just happen to already be following them or subscribe to them, so I was like, well, it's already on my list, we might as well see what happens. I mean, it's a good start because it's like, this is what I've been doing, right? But again, it's like these videos are to take what I'm doing and put them in actual, like, translatable skill vocabulary.
I think we could maybe add a descriptor. We could have gone to some less spooky places. I also think this phrasing could use it. We could have gone more or less spooky, maybe. I'm not entirely sure this point is necessary, but I think with added specificity to describe the house, we wouldn't need that. But again, because I don't know what comes before or after, maybe this is a needed point, so I'll leave it there for now. A question I have that I'm not sure I can answer. If I was editing this, I would leave it as a note for the author, would be to ask how the main character knows that nobody has followed them. Maybe we could say something like, and looked over my shoulder to make sure no one had followed me. Just because I'm not sure that having the clarity and the sureness that no one has followed them helps the tension. I feel like removing that surety that they're alone would help and would kind of enhance the creepiness. Alright, so let's look at the next example. So, the day Caden's life was jerked from its axis, derailed from the comforting predictability of the course it had traveled for the past 25 years, began no differently than any other. His eyes opened to the same cracked ceiling in the same cluttered room, wrapped in the same chipped paint. There was a single window in the bedroom which overlooked Route 70 and its bustling morning traffic. So the first thing I'm gonna fix here is just we've got hyphens when they should be em dashes. So I think here we're kind of saying the same thing twice. The day his life was jerked from its axis, and then we say derailed from the comforting predictability of the course it had traveled for the past 25 years. This is actually the same thing. We should maybe go with the simpler one. So the day Caden's life was jerked from its axis. I think most people can interpret
Moldering stones with crumbling mortal covered in wilted vines of what might once have been ivy, the shattered and tilting shutters covered in webs fluttered and slammed in the otherwise gentle winds. Yeah, I was thinking it was mortar, not mortal. True.
that means the status quo. This is a bit of a cluttered way of saying something we've kind of already
Same, Levi, help! I don't know.
Familiar phrase.
This isn't exactly helpful. But hey, it is what it is. This one's going to be a struggle.
It's better to change that because that doesn't sound incredible. This is probably a sentence structure that you've seen before. To the same cracked ceiling, the same.
If you have a good channel for editing, Levi, with like a good
his cracked ceiling in his cluttered room. If it's his, we know it's the same.
Like playlist, I would really love that because I'm not sure about this.
Here, wrapped in chipped paint. I think maybe we could specify, maybe say navy. So I like this detail. There is not a super punctuated.
I barely write, let alone edit.
So I think we could reframe this to make the sentence a little more effective, and we could say Route 70s. Although I don't really think we need the word bustling. Let's say rattled through his single bedroom window. Again, I actually don't think we even need to say bedroom window because it's kind of clear that we're in his bedroom. Maybe we should go back to what the author had originally put about kind of predictability. We could actually integrate what the author already had here. So the author had derailed from the comforting predictability of the course it had traveled for the past 25 years. Maybe something like this. The day Caden's life was jerked from its axis began on the same predictable course of the past 25 years. It's still a little tangled. How about that? Began the same predictable way as the past 25 years. Alright, so now let's look at the next one here. The bathroom gets foggier and foggier. She is dizzy, her eyes unfocused. Then the room goes black. A light filters in through the haze and distortion. She follows the rays as if in a trance. For several minutes, her being seems
Yeah, because like this doesn't really give me anything to add to, right?
Marion believes she has been transported to another
It's like
time.
maybe I could try and rewrite the sentence, but I'm like,
I
that's...
think that she is dizzy is
I feel like this
that we
is
don't
something
need,
I'm
because we
already
kinda get
been
this in the next
doing,
sentence.
right?
So this is something quite common that a lot of authors do in their first draft.
So this isn't exactly helpful for me.
You either describe something and then tell it, or tell something and then describe it. We've also got a little tense error here. We've got a little bit of confusion here. So the room goes black, but in the next sentence a light is filtering in. This phrase is usually used to describe unconsciousness, a character losing consciousness. But does it just mean that the room, like a light goes out? But because it's related to her eyes, I'm going to assume that this is her vision going. So because of that, we can't then have a light filtering through and her following it. So I'm gonna remove the room went black just because I think it's confusing the image. The author might have to think about what specifically they're seeing when they picture this scene and how to convey it with more logical phrasing. It's possible that the author's picturing something and it's just, there's a clarity issue here that I'm not understanding what's being said. A light filters, we don't really need in. A light filters through the haze. I don't also think we need through the haze and distortion. She follows the rays as if in a trance. So here we've got a comma splice error, so this is a complete sentence and this is a complete
Reading
sentence.
might give you an
So
idea
we
of what you
either
want your
need
writing to
to
read
split
like.
into
Find an
sentences
author,
or add
read,
a
then edit your writing
semicolon,
based
or
on
we
the
can
voice
add
of that
the
author.
and. She
But
follows
Callie,
the
what
rays
I'm
as
looking
if in a
for
trance.
is techniques, like structure, like the only thing so far that I've gotten out of this is okay. So line editing has things in common with copy editing. Copy editing is consistency, tone, grammar, and word choice. Line editing is stylistic, flow, image, and clarity. Things that you can do: increasing tension and fixing sentence structure, tightening sentence structure, clarity and pacing. But it's like giving me a list of these instead of showing me how it's done is what I want, right? I want a list of vocabulary to structure what I'm doing, not an example of how to do it, because I already know how to do it, at least this, because this is what I've been doing, right? Yes. See, but that'd be something that would just be, like, added to it, right? And then added as a... I think it's more about making sure you've done it on every paragraph. Things that are already in your head might have been overlooked when you wrote the paragraph. So going back over each paragraph in turn rather than assuming you've done it right the first time. Yeah, and I know that I fuck up, Sean. Because I'm always tangenting off. And even when I'm reading it and I realize that, oh shit, I don't even know what's happening, and I'm the guy who wrote it. But I'm not going to skip the video. We're just going to, you know, it is what it is. Like I said, this is going to be a rough start to figure out how this works. I just got really lucky because, again, I had already followed Hello Future Me and watched a ton of his videos. I just never watched specifically the on world building or on writing ones. Just the ones that had to do with other things like Lord of the Rings or Avatar or something like that. That was just like plot explanation and like, you know, nerdy fan stuff for the series.
This is kind of the same as earlier when the author said that the character was dizzy, where it was actually kind of already conveyed this trance-like feeling.
Cause my thing is like, I'll write a sentence like, for instance, like this. So the fact that, like, I am continuously using the same word over and over. And then what I'll do with the next, and then I'll change thoughts into, like, mind. And then I'll do that, like, 4 times in, like, 4 sentences. And then I'll change it to something like, imagined. Because the bug, it's spelled tick. And then you would, like, rewrite this into, like... And it's like, this sentence is way better than these 3 sentences. But it all conveys the same idea, right? I think that's a case of considering your work and using a thesaurus. No, this is simply rewriting, because I'm using multiple sentences to get across a single idea. And it's just, while I'm writing, in order to make sure that I have structured all of the ideas properly, I will use these kind of short, precise sentences. And then when I come back and edit it, it's like I can change it into something like this, where I can use, like, you know, different kinds of words to show that it's like being it's a thought that I could never forget, right? Something that you could never forget. That's what this evokes for me, is a memory or a thought of something that you thought of that you can no longer forget. It's like hearing your own voice for the first time, or looking at your own face for the first time. It's like that shock of, like, oh fuck, that's what it looks like, you know? But it's like, this is what I'm good at. I'm good at doing this, only because I usually have it very, very well laid out when I have the sentence structure. So all I have to do is look at, okay, what is this paragraph trying to say, and then I turn a paragraph into a single sentence. And that's usually how I edit when I'm doing what this would be line editing, right? So it's like, whoops. This is already something I know of.
I'm already
But we'll just
getting
let
that.
it play out.
I kind of want to know, is she following the rays with her eyes?
But
or
it's
is
different
she,
when you're
like,
rewriting your own work
towards
and
them?
writing someone else's, because
Because
you
if
have
she's
your own
walking
vision
towards them,
for
then
it, right?
You'd think she's
So you
leaving
kind of know the
bathroom,
background
so
and
you can't
subtext.
really walk that far in a bathroom unless this is like a giant bathroom. I'm not really sure what the author means by this. This is a little tricky, I think, because I'm not exactly sure what I'm meant to be picturing. There are some clarity issues here where maybe
What do you
what's
want again?
happening isn't
Trying to
being-
figure that out. I want this vocabulary. Line editing is most in common with copy editing. Consistency. Copy editing is consistency. Whoops. Tone, grammar, word choice. Line editing is stylistic. Flow, image, clarity. Increasing tension, sentence structure, tightening sentence structure, clarity, and pacing. So I want the vocabulary, not an example of how to do it itself. Does that make sense, Callie?
being communicated too clearly. And of course the character feels confused. Several minutes is maybe taking away from how the paragraph is meant to feel, because if your being is being consumed by fog, I think that, and you're like in a trance-like state, I think you would lose sense of time. I'm gonna try to cut the word being just because I think it's a little melodramatic. I think maybe we could add some kind of physical detail or imagery. I think this is becoming a running theme in these, where I'm adding either images or sensory detail just to really make it a little more vivid, make it more visceral. I think that this could be a really visceral moment. But it's so short, you know, this could probably be much longer, and it's rare that I would say that. I normally want to be concise, but this seems like such an interesting and strange moment that the author could probably expand this to be a bit of a denser paragraph and really let us feel that. Here we've got a bit of a strange little construction, then justice suddenly. So the thing about this series of words is that these are all words that normally we don't want. Around the room, again, we don't really need this. We know that it's around the room, so we could say the mist. lifts. Marianne believes she's been transported to another time and place. So here we've got another filter, believes, and it's doing a bit of a strange thing for the point of view. It kind of is distancing the point of view. It makes it seem like the narrator is separate from Marianne. Again, I don't know the context, so has she actually been transported to another time?
I think having the vocabulary
her
should cement the techniques in your head, but after a while, it'll come naturally and the vocabulary won't be as necessary. I just like the vocabulary, Callie, for specifically streaming, right? So I can tell people what I'm doing, right? I like the structure and the vocabulary because it allows it to become a transferable skill. It takes random knowledge in your head and turns it into a transferable skill when you have the structure of the universal language used within that category. And then that allows you to tell someone, oh, this is this, and they can go, oh, I've been told that before. And it eliminates the lost in translation. And I think that's a really, really big thing that I do well, or at least people tell me that I do well, is if I have an understanding of something, I am good at explaining it to other people. But if I have no idea what I'm talking about, you can tell that I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I won't use examples. But if I know what I'm talking about, I will use examples. That is like the trick to knowing if I'm bullshitting or not. Always ask for an example.
Regular bathroom, or has she had some kind of mental shift? I'm gonna assume that she's still in her bathroom. Because it says believes, it kind of implies that she hasn't actually been transported somewhere else. But maybe she has been, and I'm gonna add a detail that doesn't really make sense with what the author's going for. What I'm gathering from this sentence is that she feels she's in a different place, but she's actually still in the same place, is what I'm getting. And so I think for the narrative to stay very intimate to Marianne, it should be portrayed as a different place rather than us just being told that it's a different place. Alright, so here we've got a character description. I really like working with character descriptions, so I think this one will be really interesting.
Let's get this one. So we got we can get rid of this. Actually, we'll just use this as an example to show like the idea of how we do sentence structure. POV logic. That's a question mark. I'm guessing this would be the reason why you're using the POV WAR. That's my guess. Physical descriptions.
Hello there, a creature smiles back at me. He looks normal with blonde hair that sticks out. He has a normal nose, a dimple in his smile, a bit tall. You'll find nothing wrong with a person like this. When you get closer, you'll notice the red eyes. Those eyes might be the last thing you see. He smiles invitingly. I walk closer, curiously. I found nothing wrong with a person that has red eyes. Red eyes didn't matter back then. Nothing did. Let's start, first of all, with the dialogue here. So this should be a period, just because creature smiles back at me. This is an action beat, not a dialogue tag. I want to address first of all the use of the word.
Oh yeah,
normal.
that's another thing. Is I forgot about that.
Is going for
side note. Dialogue tags versus action tags. We did an entire video on that.
Or is to say that you wouldn't expect this
but
person
it's like
to be
things to look for. I guess that's another way to put it, is things to look for the structure of your story, right? It's like there's does each sentence advance the story? If the sentence doesn't advance the story by giving some sort of information, then it's a useless sentence. You can get rid of the sentence, right? You want every single sentence in the story to advance the next set of the narrative, or to explain something of the previous set of the narrative to give information to the reader. If removing the sentence doesn't change the reader's perspective, or doesn't change how the story unfolds, the sentence doesn't need to be there. And it can either be a small detail or something like that. but maybe it comes, you know, later in the story. So maybe it's like this isn't the appropriate place to present that detail, but you know that detail needs to be presented, right?
Creature. What is looking normal? You know, what is a normal nose? There's really no such thing as a normal nose. I mean, like, obviously, like, if a person has, like, a bat's nose, I'd be like, well, that's not a normal nose. Again, I think that this is just meant to say, like, that there's nothing notable about what this person's nose looks like. But in that case...
I'd say it's something that's, like, it's the idea that this person looks like a person, but the character has a feeling or knows that they're not a person. They're either imitating what a person looks like a skinwalker, or it's an illusion, or it's like a vampire thing with like the red eyes, right? Where it's like it's a demon or something like that, right? But it looks human until you get close enough to realize that it's not human.
I think, why are we choosing to describe the nose? So we've already said he looks normal. Well, first of all, it's used twice, but I don't even think it should be used once. I think it's a bit of a weak word. Instead of normal, I think it should be something like friendly. Instead of blonde hair that sticks out, I'm gonna say with spiky blonde hair. Again, I don't think a normal nose really says anything. It's like, imagine if you were just writing a character description, you said, you know, he had a normal face, a normal nose, normal mouth, normal hair. You don't really get anything from that. Let's pick a different detail. He has blonde hair, so maybe he has pale eyelashes or something. A dimple in his smile, a bit.
I once said the author shouldn't explain too much. There are ways to explain that can be artful, but describing is way more impactful to readers, I feel. And I was like, argued against. I feel like if half a book was an explanation of the magic system, you get 50-50. Manual / actual story. And the writing gets dry. That's why the exposition has to be a part of the story, right? Like, this is where anime inserts a flashback. Where it's like, they're about to unravel their new technique, but they're, it's only been, like, kind of built up. Like, the greatest example that I can think of this is, like, Naruto. Like, there's, like, 100 different times when it flashes back in Shippuden to, like, old Naruto, and it's, like, him practicing some move, or a character practicing some move, and then it's like, oh, they finally perfected it. Like, a great example of this would be, like, the Rasen Shuriken, where it's, like, Naruto is basically told that he can't use the Rasengan because it fucking... It's like damaging him too much. So he learns to... He solves the problem by being like, well, I'm too close to it, so I just have to throw it. And then it's like the flashback to like him training and like doing extra secret training and shit like that. And then it's like he pulls out the ultimate move. It's like, I like that anime style if you have the room to allow those flashbacks. But in my story, I don't allow that. So it either has to be a moment of clarity for the character, because I was actually thinking about this today in like mindset. So think about casting magic and think about thinking about something scientifically. Like, if you're, let's say, looking at something and trying to describe what that something is, right? Like, I like that the name of the Rasen Shuriken was originally to trick the enemy into thinking he'd throw it. But then, he ended up throwing it anyways. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think it was more like him trying to copy Sasuke in the way that Sasuke used his shurikens. I think that's what the author was going for, was trying to show, like, it's like a manifestation of his jealousy towards Sasuke. And his feeling inept in the factor of him, like, throwing. Like, using shurikens and kunai and stuff like that. Whereas he feels he's more like a hand-to-hand combat. Where I wish they had done more with taijutsu with Naruto. Like, Sage Mode is awesome and everything like that. But it's still, like, I think they could have done more with that. Especially with, like, you know, like, how he gets, like, the claws and stuff like that, and then they kind of, like, work away from that. But I like the physical transformations that he has when he goes into, like, the the original Ninetales state. But anyways, tangent aside, the level of concentration for the character. So it's like if you're in a moment of fear or something like that, and you lose concentration, like I guess the best way to say it is like try counting to 100 in the back of your head while you're doing like math problems. It is really, really you can do it, right? But it takes training, it takes hard work. And then, like, add anxiety, add a timer to that. And then just keep adding things on top of that and see how your concentration and your like, how far you can count falls back. And I want to show that in the characters that, like, their emotional state plays a huge role in how they cast magic. Because the more warped your concentration is at the moment of casting magic, the more fucked up the magic is. And then there's the point of creating magic but not being able to control what you create, and like rampant magic, right? And then that also like comes in with spell catalysts. Like you can make shit that goes completely out of fucking control. As well as like multi-spells where multiple people control bits of the same spell to basically do more things with it. Right? And I want to have that kind of like an element of crafting where it's like multiple people, like, you know, it's like having an airbender and a waterbender and a firebender all using their skills together to create a fucking sword. Like, that's the imagery I have in my head with how it would work, right? But anyways, more tangents.
This is also a bit awkward. So someone can have pale eyelashes and they can have a dimple in their smile, but you can't have a bit tall. You can be a bit tall. You can say and is a bit tall. Again, this is a little vague. A bit tall, that's very subjective. His voice seems quite close.
Slightly taller than me.
From this, I would interpret that the main character is maybe 14. Here we've got to switch into second person, and again, I think this is being done very intentionally, but I don't think it's necessarily working because we're in present tense. It seems like the narrator is reflecting back on what should have been noticed in the moment, but the moment has already passed. If maybe the narrator already has knowledge, I don't think it should be framed retrospectively, because it kind of seems like from the phrasing, the main character is...
It's like, okay, let's put down a note, because we know we're just straight up bad at this one. Switching tenses and POV. I to he, running to, run to, ran. I am so bad at fucking tenses. Because I just, again, it's like, I don't care while I'm writing it. I can figure it out later in the editing, right? It's like, but as we get better at editing too, we can notice these things while we're writing and change them while we're writing so the editing process becomes less. Because overall, the entirety of what I'm trying to do is fine-tune to minimize the amount of time that I'm doing things, right? Maximize my skill in writing to minimize the amount of time that I have to edit. And that should overall get me a better story in less amount of time. That's the logic. That's my goal.
Is speaking to their past self and saying, I didn't find anything wrong, but when I got closer, I would have noticed the red eyes. And they may have been the last thing I ever saw. Here we've got a little bit of an adverb, so we could just say smirks. I think curiously, again, a bit of an adverb we could cut, not really needed. So here we've got, again, the tense is a little confusing. I found nothing wrong with the person that has red eyes. Red eyes didn't matter back then. Nothing did. But the rest of this paragraph is in present tense. So the narrator is reflecting on the narrative, but the narrative is currently happening. I would say that maybe the author should revisit the tense that they're writing in, because this sentence you can't have in present tense. It just doesn't make sense. So either this reflection needs to be cut, or the tense should be changed to past tense, and then you can have this kind of reflection throughout. But for now, I think I'll leave the author's tense as it is, but we'll have to cut that just because it doesn't really make sense with the tense we've got. Alright, so this next one, what we did have left inside ourselves would be criticized and ripped apart for
making abstract details concrete. Okay, this is a big one. Yeah, see, the simplifying phrasing is what we did above, like this. It's like turning multiple sentences into one sentence and, like, you know, finding ways to have an entire sentence essentially be a single word. I feel like common sense isn't real. It's not so much that I think common sense isn't real. It's that so many people have different, what do you call it? Like, such a different perspective, and they pick out different details, right? That the amount that's lost in translation is like 90% some of the time. So, if you're not thinking clearly and rationally and not specifically in your best interest, common sense is a curse because those who have it must deal with all those who don't. I think it's just a societal thing at this point, Sean, where accountability has been dragged to such a low bar that people can get away with ignoring common sense and saying, "Oh, I never thought about that," when they clearly did. But without absolute proof, then, you know. So to most people that use common sense, follow the rules, and stay in their own lane, guess what happens? They fail. You know why? Because people cheat, people lie, and people will do anything to get above you. So you have to be as ruthless and as cunning as possible to make it so those people can't do that to you. And the thing that, like, my goal is overall is there are two kinds of people in, like, a creative atmosphere. There are those that lead and those that follow, i.e. those that find trends and follow those trends, whereas the leader, they create trends. They are in a completely different league than everybody else. They are the ones who are making the trends, whereas everyone else thinks the trends are completely random and you just have to jump on the trend train as soon as you can. Those kinds of people don't actually understand what a trend is. A trend is created by a person who has a goal that is manipulating things in order to present their thing as the best. And this is usually lying, cheating, and anything you can do to get above the competition. What did I miss? Why are we talking about common sense? Callie just brought it up randomly, so we're just having a tangent about it. I'm not the only one who's allowed to have tangents. You guys are allowed to have tangents too. A trend can be an accidental. Yes, it can be, Raymond, but there are people who create trends. And if you follow a lot of trends and you follow their origins, you can find those people that create those trends. And you can copy those people and assume, based upon information, what the next trend will be, but you're still not creating a new trend. You need to be one of those people that is the root cause of such a trend. And I think the greatest example of that in the world right now is Donald Trump. Because he is a ruthless businessman who will do anything to get to the top and get to his goal. And he is a lying, cheating piece of shit, but he gets things done. And he does what people want. And when it comes to creating trends, he has been doing that his entire life in business. That's like one of the biggest reasons for, if you've ever watched, I would say his biggest show, which was The Apprentice. He is such a mentor of business that he had a reality TV show of finding an apprentice. Like, I don't think people understand the scale of someone who has that kind of mentality and that kind of, like, goal structure, where they only care about completing the goal. They don't care about how it's done. They'll take the high road, they'll take the low road. Whatever one is the closest, that's the one they'll take. And whoever's in their way, they'll kick them out of their way, unless they can stand their ground. And I think that is truly one of the only ways to be absolutely successful in this world. And you don't have to do it in an absolutely negative way. Like, I'm trying to be one of these people, and I would consider myself an uplifting person. Because what I want to do is I want to take the confidence and what's the word? I lost the word. Not structure, but like reasoning and discussion. I've always felt he's some kind of bumbling idiot who sells snake oil and runs away before anyone notices. Yes, Raymond, but it takes a certain kind of person to sell you snake oil, right? Not anyone can just come off the street and is gonna get you to buy that snake oil. Someone who's a salesman, who knows how to make you feel pressured in the moment, who gives you almost like an ultimatum, where it makes it feel like if you don't do this, you're losing out. And that's how the best businessmen are. And I think the scene in Wolf of Wall Street said it best, where he's like, sell me this pen. And he's like, write your name down. And he's like, well, I don't have a pen. And he's like, oh, here you go. Create the problem, sell the solution. That is how you get rich. Trump isn't a super genius or everything. He's just disconnected, even that he's not fooled by cultural mythology. Yeah, because he understands the truths. And he understands the truths enough that he can make you understand his own truths, because he manipulates the real truths and pulls strings just in the way that makes you look directly where he wants you to look, but nowhere else. So it's like someone like that. I came in like 10 minutes ago and we were talking about Naruto and then pivoted to Trump almost instantly. Welcome, Beezus. I'm just saying, for of all the scammers and of all the pieces of shit and of all the successful people, I think Trump is the greatest example of it doesn't matter that you're a liar, it doesn't matter that you're a cheater, it only matters that you accomplish your goal. Everyone in the world can hate you as long as you accomplished your goal. That's all that matters. Some people hold themselves to certain standards, right? I try to hold myself to a standard of education, like enlightenment of knowledge, and like positive confidence. That's like, even if it's the worst of the worst, you find the best of the best in it, right? Like, that's the reason why I'm an idea person. I'm a creative idea person. I can see in some way, shape, or form what the idea is trying to be that's presented, even if it's not said in the best of ways, right? So giving feedback on things is easy for me because I can point out, oh, see, instead of saying, well, you did this bad, it's, I see what you were trying to do, and if you did this, I think that would be closer towards your goal. And it's all about vocabulary, language, and presentation. And I think you can do all the same things that Trump does without the lies, slander, and bullshit. You just have to work 10 times harder. And if you're willing to uphold those values, then just put in the effort. Because your values should tell you putting in the effort in order to surpass somebody who's just lazying around but's lying and cheating. You'll have higher integrity at the end of the day. Like, the scaling for the ceiling of what you can hit is way higher. Because you're not being categorized in an area that is 100% validatable, right? Anyone can say slander about anyone, but it's like, try finding something that someone said about Trump and not finding a video about him either doing it or saying it. Like, you could just randomly say Trump did this, and I bet you there's a video or an audio or something or a statement of him saying something along those lines. I think Trump is the best U.S. president of my life so far, which is a terribly low bar. That's an interesting concept, Levi, that the bar is so low at this point that all we want is someone who will do something. Because all the previous administrations, I'm not American, I'm Canadian, all the previous administrations, as far as I know, have said one thing and done something completely different. And it's like I've built this into the idea of my story of how people believe that the government is doing something because of these coincidences, and the government may not necessarily be doing it for those reasons. It may be another reason, but at the end of the day, all that matters is that the government is doing what you're saying they're doing, which is the bad thing. So, whether through intent or not, it doesn't matter, right? It's like, does the government intend to waste your taxes? Probably not. Does the government waste your taxes? Probably. I think a big advantage Trump's gotten is how badly he's been falsely slandered. It makes it basically impossible to take any negative media reporting about him at face value. Exactly, Levi. And that's one of the biggest problems with slandering someone who is literally a fucking criminal, who has like billions of dollars of outstanding debt to companies that he's worked with that he never fucking paid because he found some fucking loophole or some shit. And it's like, he has the money to pay him, he just doesn't fucking do it. It's like, if he can find a way out of it, he's gonna find a way out of it. But when you make up and you exaggerate and you push things so hard for an agenda, you twist the perspective so much that, again, nobody believes you. You've cried wolf so many times, and now there's only 2 sheep left. There's 27 wolves. But nobody cares because you've yelled wolf 4,000 times. It's literally that simple. Which is fucking scary, but that's the world, that's the timeline we live in. And I'm glad to know that there are other intellectual people out there that are not retarded. And half of the reason why things probably are the way they are is just a fancy way of saying he was justified in not paying. Remember when Trump met with the MyPillow guy to discuss a cure for COVID? And he walked out of that meeting saying, "We found the cure. The Mr. Pillow guy found it." I don't remember that. I didn't pay attention to COVID at all. I thought it was a massive fucking joke bullshit. I'm like, if you can't even do that, then what is the fucking point of being a government? If you can't even uphold something so simple. But, I mean, money speaks, money talks, right? Follow the money trail. We didn't get COVID here, so I didn't pay much attention. I mean, I didn't know anyone who was severely affected by COVID. I was the only one who got the shot because of the seizures, just in case. No one else got it. Kind of no point in it. And it's like, it's one thing to force a 50-year proven vaccine, like a polio vaccine, and it's another thing to trust a beta-tested thing that's been out for a couple months. Like, yeah, fucking stupid. But anyways,
for an indefinite amount of time. It had already begun. There were those that discerned with certainty we had done something evil. Whatever we stated publicly, someone somewhere would scrutinize us. I understood. There were 2 children missing. Despite that, I couldn't condone the Maya's actions. We're innocent, but our lives together and as individuals was eradicated. So my first impression of this paragraph is that there's clearly a lot going on and the stakes feel very high. However, I think it's a little wordy and a little too abstract. What we did have left inside ourselves, we could shorten that to what we had left. The interesting thing about this for an indefinite amount of time is that it's quite indefinite. I think it's kind of meant to imply the foreseeable eternity. An indefinite amount of time, I think, with the stakes implied in this paragraph, isn't referring to 2 weeks, 5 years. It seems to be referring to a very long period of time.
Our right-wing party shot themselves in the foot by being pro-lockdown, when lockdown basically ran our PM out of office. I got it after it was all over. Also, the golden medicine had been used for years in other countries, but they never told us about it, which is why we stopped working that one disease control, because they didn't want to be known as the source of a new illness. I think, Sean, the stakes for not taking accountability should be so astronomically, ridiculously, fucking retardedly insane, so that no person in their reasonable mind would ever not take accountability. Because it is 100 gazillion times worse to not take accountability than it is to take accountability. And in the case of I like the mob mentality, it's bad to say, but I like the mob mentality that is keeping other people in line because it affects you. One of the things I learned for, like, Japan is one of the reasons that they have such low crime rate is because they're punished in, like, a block system. Like, if someone in your area where you live, like your neighbor, does something bad, everyone in the area gets punished. Because the other people in the area should be the ones making sure that this person doesn't do the bad thing. So the consequences of not taking accountability for it, but it's not like oh, everyone goes to jail. It's a social thing where everyone in that area is looked down on by everyone around them because that one guy fucked up. So it's not a punishment of the law, it is a punishment of society. So the fact that everyone knows that that one person will ruin it for everyone is the main reason why Japan is so polite, so nice, and one of the best places to live. Because the citizens know that if they fuck up, it affects everyone else around them. Now, people still fuck up, but yes, Raymond, that's why you have the Yakuza. I'm not saying it's perfect. If you gave Trump Sage Mode to do you think he could beat Episode 1 Naruto? No, Raymond, because Episode 1 Naruto technically has the full power of the Nine Tails. Because when the Nine Tails takes over, Naruto just goes fucking crazy. Yeah, like the start, even without the Shadow Clone Jutsu. If he goes into, like, rage mode and taps into the red chakra, Trump's fucking done for. But up until that point, Trump would have to like one-shot him, and knowing that like that would happen. He can't put him on like the brink. He's got to like knock him out or kill him in one hit. Because the second the Nine Tails comes out, I think Trump's fucked. Even with like full Jiraiya Sage mode, like with the toads on his back and everything. And also, the thing with Japan, that's like 90% my opinion, right? I don't live there. All I know is, like, for social structure, it's a chain effect. Whereas we don't have that in the West. We don't have a chain effect on a social level. So imagine if, like, one person in the company fucked up and didn't take accountability. And every single person in that company, in that, like, subsidiaries of that company, every single one of them is basically like you don't want to say it, but like associated with them, right? So it's like it becomes like a taboo in society. Oh, you work for this company. But it's like, I think we're just so far gone that that kind of mentality would never stick in the West. But what's actually kind of funny about it is, I'm not sure about this, but I think one of the things that we brought to Japan was that kind of like groupthink mentality on a social structure. Like, the consequences of discovering Japan and colonialism in Japan completely changed what Japan was from its feudal era into, like, the modern era. Like, the transformation was so swift and so insane, it completely changed everything about Japan. And that's where it's like censorship in Japan. Like, communities, like governmental structure and stuff like that, all taking over from the emperor, right? From being like a kingdom to being an actual democratic state, I guess. Anyways, another rant tangent.
However, I don't think it's really necessary. I think that if you were to say that we were criticized and ripped apart, and normally I wouldn't read this and think that this is like a one-time thing. Like, this seems to be something very major, so I don't think we need to specify that it's an indefinite time frame, because, I mean, you can't specify an indefinite time frame because it's indefinite. It's kind of just cluttering up a sentence without really adding anything, because that clause in itself doesn't know what it means. There were those that discerned with certainty. It's a lot of words, and a lot of not very powerful words. There were those that and with are all pretty weak words. The only really powerful words here are discerned and certainty. Instead of saying discerned with certainty, I'm going to say believed. A belief is something you hold certainly. So again, we're getting a lot of very vague words. Someone, somewhere, something. This is kind of a paragraph where I feel like the paragraph is being a little cagey with us, and it's not telling us what its point is. Like, it's not telling us what it's about, it's just telling us the effect. Now, again, maybe this is context that's placed outside the paragraph, but in that case, the paragraph could lean into the context a little more. So instead of saying something evil, like, what is that something evil? Many believed we had, I'll say, the entire planet. I don't know why I feel like this is science fiction. It just has an epic feel, so I feel like it's like a sci-fi, like, epic. So I'm going to specify something evil. To me, massacring an entire planet seems pretty evil. So instead of saying whatever we said, someone somewhere would scrutinize us, this is basically saying that everything they said was scrutinized. So here, I understood, and there were two children messing. I'm going to make this a colon. I understood there were two children.
Okay, so a young Trump, say around 26 or 30, gives him a baseball bat, an aluminum helmet, helium baseball bat. The Jack Link's Sasquatch. 1. Who wins? Hold on. I have to do an inspection. Damn, it's not on here. You'd think it'd be on the package, but he's not on here. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna say, Raymond, it's like a TVP, and I'm gonna explain it like Artosis does. So, TVP is if you were a man in a wheelchair with a toothpick and you were fighting a bear in the woods. Yeah, you can win, but you have to move absolutely perfectly. You need to plan absolutely perfectly. You need to do the absolute best jukes. You need to, like, get his eyes first. You need to make sure that the toothpick doesn't break. Like, it's basically an impossible task, but it is possible. So, I'd probably say Sasky. He'd just, like, grab the bat and smack Trump in the head with it and be like, the fuck? Those aluminum bats that they fill with helium. Not quite sure, Raymond Dow. I'm not a baseball player. Not sure how that works. Does that make it stronger? Does that make it weaker? Like, I don't know. 'Cause it's so light, but it's still aluminum. And it's technically helium, so it's lighter than air. So it's like as light as it could possibly be. So you just smash him with it. But I still think you just grab it with his hand and be like...
To show that these two thoughts are clearly linked, I think it should be were eradicated. So this next one I picked specifically because it's very abstract and I think it's very interesting. My fingers twisting and pulling at...
Strengthening metaphors. I like this one.
Themselves. Ballet slipper pink skin rubbed raw on my wrists. Hands cracked and garnet stripped. Knuckles split like overripe fruit. Peach bursting over bone. Am I clean if my hands are raw? I scrub till I bleed tiny pomegranate seeds, and I pluck them off one by one and chew. My teeth, sharp and sometimes wild, split the seeds on rocks of white. I am a seed split on the white rock of my brain. So for this one, I did include the author's context, because this is so abstract. We need to know what we're working with in order to make sure that the meaning is retained. So the author said about this piece, in a really abstract way, I'm trying to describe the way OCD hand washings get out of control until you're washing your hands every 30 seconds. And when you aren't washing your hands, you feel completely unclean. I really like what's happening here. I think that this is how I write.
This could be my writing with the abstract nature of it and like the obsession almost on beating around the bush and not saying specifically, right? Like, that's how I love to write.
There's an intensity, there's some really interesting imagery, but I do think that this could be even more powerful if we tightened the analogy a little bit. I'm not sure if this should be hyphenated. I think it should be. We've got a little bit of a confusing phrase here. So it's the skin of my wrists are ballet slipper pink and that skin has been rubbed raw, but it's a little confusing here because we've already specified we're dealing with hands. So here, this is a really interesting turn of phrase. Knuckles split like overripe fruit, peach bursting over bone. I really love this line, peach bursting over bone, but I do think we need to examine the logic of the phrasing. Conjures a very clear image in my mind, but at the same time, you know, peaches don't have bones, peaches have pits. So we could just say peach bursting over pit. We could also change this to say Knuckles split like overripe fruit, peach flesh bursting over bone. Here, I think it would maybe be okay to leave bone if we're merging them into one sentence, just because it's clear that we're dealing with a knuckle bone. Whereas when it's a peach bursting over a bone as its own sentence, suddenly instead of picturing the skin of someone's hand being like peach flesh, we're picturing a peach, just like a separate peach that has bone inside. I think it's a fascinating image. I think that idea of peach with bone inside almost makes more sense in a poem than it does in a piece of narrative. So there are a lot of ways that the author could go with this sentence, but this I think I like. I think that this maintains that.
Yeah, I like that too.
Like in the sentence.
That's probably how I'd change it too.
Rhetorical question, in my opinion. I scrub till I bleed tiny pomegranate seeds. So I'm gonna remove that comma, just to make it clear that the character is bleeding.
What
pomegranate
accent
seeds.
is that? Probably
I'm gonna
Australian?
remove tiny just because
I don't know.
pomegranate seeds are very small.
She's
so we don't really
Canadian?
specify that.
I'm
I'm gonna remove the word
Canadian. That's
sometimes.
an
We
insult.
talked
No, I'm
about
just
this a
kidding,
little
bees.
before, but sometimes is not a very strong word, and I
You know this,
think the
Chick?
phrasing "my teeth sharp and wild"
I don't even know how
gives it a bit more
I was
punch,
subscribed
rather
to
than
her,
the teeth
but
only being
it is what
sometimes
it
wild.
is.
The teeth are just wild. So here we've got a bit of a confusing phrasing because we say the teeth, and then we say that the seeds are split on rocks of white. Now, rocks of white are the teeth. So basically, kind of what this sentence is saying is my teeth
95%
split the seeds
sure
on my teeth. I also think that maybe rocks
say
of white is a little too
home.
purple.
No,
prose.
just by the words
It's
she
kind
says,
of
either
going
Canadian
out
or
of its
Midwestern.
way to
Ah.
not use the word teeth and rather describe teeth when, we know what teeth look like, and we also know that the sentence is referring to teeth because we've already used the word. This also keeps that image of the white rock fresh. I think we've got a repetition of seeds a little too much. Maybe instead of saying I am a seed, we could just say I am split on the white rock of my brain. Instead of having a bit of a confusing image where the character is chewing the seeds and then suddenly is a seed, the brain is the teeth. I think this causes some kind of anatomical confusion. It could just be a sense of the character themselves being split rather than them being a seed when they were just chewing seeds. I think that image gets a little confusing, and here it's a little crisper. Alright, so this is going to be the last one. A purple rabbit, fur matted and coarse, sits on the shelf of a young woman.
Ooh, I like this one. Adding conflict and tension.
He gathers dust day by day, wondering if he will ever see life beyond his shelf. Not that he minds it all that much. He enjoys watching the sun rise and set every day, watching as his beloved owner returns from school wearing the brightest smile, and reading the books he has placed in between. The first thing I'm going to say here is a purple rabbit, fur matted and coarse, sits on a young woman's bookshelf. And I'm going to specify bookshelf since there are a lot of types of shelves. Day by day is a bit of a familiar phrase. If you're gathering dust, time is passing, so we don't really need the day by day marker. Changes the meaning slightly because it shows that implies longing, whereas here he's just wondering. That in terms of narrative tension, that's a little stronger to have the character yearn to see something beyond the shelf rather than just knowing that there is life beyond the shelf. Not that he minds it. Not that he minds it all that much. Here, we could just say not that he minds. Remove he enjoys, that's telling. So instead of as his beloved owner, I'm just gonna say watching her, because I think that implies a relationship, He's been sitting on her shelf for a really long period of time. He sees her return from school every day. So would he think of her as his beloved owner, or would he just think of her as her? She's the only person he knows. Here we don't need the comma because reading the books he is placed between is not an independent clause, it's a dependent clause. Reading the books he is placed between, maybe we could say reading the books he leans against. That's kind of a little touching, like the books become something that he has a relationship with. Like we're getting this sense of what she does every day and what every day is like, and I assume that she does more than just come home from school with a bright smile and read books. This would be a great place for the author to add some more details of her character and show us what she does every day and even show time passing. How many years has he been sitting on this shelf and how does she change? Is there a certain point where she stops coming home with a bright smile? Where she stops reading books? What type of books does she read? I don't know the characters, so, and this video is getting long, so I won't write this for the author, but this would be a great chance to give this character a bit of her own life and make her interesting and also set up some narrative tension give her something that's wrong with her life. At the moment, everything is nice, you know? She seems very happy. But maybe she could have some kind of problem that the rabbit is witness to.
So that's all for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos from us. We've got new writing, editing, and publishing tips every Tuesday and Friday. Until next time. Bye.
Alright, so we got some stuff out of that. I mean, it's a step in the right direction. I might just go through some of the videos and see if any of them are, like, worth anything. But at least we have some notes. So we have something to work with, right? Alright, you're here, right, Callie? Yeah, alright. My favorite time of the day! The story is like... Okay, so here's a question, Callie. How, like, what you've written, is that the end of the story, or is there more to the story? Because I'm thinking this is, like, just the beginning of the story, right? Like, the 14 chapters that you said you wrote, right? Like, maybe a quarter, or just under a quarter, maybe a fifth? Because, like, you're setting up this beautiful, amazing, dark, twisted world and all of these characters and everything. And it's like, I want to know, like, you know, how long is this a series? Is this going to be multiple books? Like, this is the shit I jump up for joy with, because this is like Game of Thrones meets, like, absolute fantasy, right? It's so great. It plucks all of my strings. Alright, so we'll take a toke, and then we'll read it. And again, if anyone has anything they want me to read, feel free to drop it in the Discord. Also, feel free to just, you know, go join the Discord. Like, fourth of it is done. I want it to be a series, because I have 3 different stories intertwining here. Ah, cool, Callie, I love it. Have you been around for any of these stories, Raymond? This world that Callie has created is so unique, so original, and fantastic. And I love that it's like, normally when there's kind of a world like that, the people tend to just do exposition towards it, right? But Callie has so much subtext in here that it's like, oh my god, I love it. The way that exposition is done, because it leaves basically everything up to the reader's mind and throws all the laws of physics, except at this point gravity, like, out of sway. I love it. And it's also super consistent. I've never had a point where I'm like, you know, the whole, oh, a wizard did it or something like that. Like, how did this happen? It's like, everything seems to be building on more ideas as it goes. Metaphors are the waves of the ocean. There are many ways to interpret what those waves are, but there is always a central tug, like the moon pulling in the tides, that should always be able to be understood, even on the most basic level. I think in using a metaphor, you should have it multiple layers, so that stating a metaphor either requires a paragraph before or a paragraph after. What does a wizard did it mean? It means, like, it feels like whatever happened in the story was disjointed from the story, that it feels like something came in, changed the rules, made up something new, and that's what solved the problem. So, you know, basically introducing at the moment of final conflict for something, like the resolution moment of conflict, and it being like, oh yeah, we could have just done this and then do this. It's like, oh, it feels like a wizard did it. It's like same thing with like talking heads, where it's like you're jumping from different perspectives from the same characters in the same scene, where you should stick to a single perspective per scene, and if you want to jump between multiple characters, use third person omniscient. Right? And it's like that's kind of the style that allows you to prevent the, oh, a wizard did it. Because the reader should always, when something happens, the reader should be able to say, this is the reason why that happened. Right? Like, an example for, like, for instance, the last chapter is, like, Gawain being stuck inside of Osric. And it's, like, revealing that through Stella looking at him and, like, explaining, like, their mark with their eyes. And, like, their connection. And then breaking him out of Osric. Like, the structure and the... Lately, I'm rewriting my stories in third person omniscient, present to past. Yeah, I gotta figure out perspectives better. I'm terrible at perspectives and tense. Because we're always working on one thing at a time, right? We let everything else slide for now because we haven't worked on it. Something that you've worked on, you always continuously pay attention to. Things that you haven't worked on, you can ignore because you'll eventually get to them. You need to focus on what you're doing now so you can get the foundation. So when you come to that next thing, you still have all the dominoes from the previous line set up, right? That's how I look at just learning anything in general. I don't remember exactly why I was talking about that scene. But yeah, that scene in and of itself is just like, it has the exposition. It has interest in what's going on, and it's just good presentation with the flow of it, I would say. But yeah, I don't remember the original reason why I was talking about the scene. I'm retarded, but it is what it is. Shall we? Monsters and music both are composed in nightmare and myth. I know not what monster silenced my sister's song, but I will make his life a nightmare and his story the stuff of myth. A worry displaces my desire for revenge when I think of how powerful my sister's killer must have been. When we were children, I sacrificed my own familiar to give Isabel a second soul. That soul would allow her to die twice. The first time, anyone who took her life would experience the destruction of a natural disaster. He would feel his every bone disintegrate, as his own resonance vibrated within him, like concrete splintering. A relentless splinter of the marrow for the screams to fuel my comfort in knowing Isabel would be safe. His body would turn on itself, bones splitting to stab muscle, joints contorting to plunge hands into organs, jaw dislocating to bite his own clavicle. That this didn't stop him shows me a resilience that belongs only in the Fae who once ruled the dead skies. If this was a member of the Adhene, he must be from Embercage. The Adhene have no reason for killing. They do it because it's in their nature to be cruel, or they have some larger scheme they've had for centuries. Isabel and I must be quiet for the inconvenience for him. Be quite the inconvenience for him. We wanted to silence the ravens, move the gargoyles, and gather all creatures into a celebration of music and song. There is a beauty to energy beyond the resonance. There's sound, touch, and the marriage of both. Dance. Sound reaches the eardrums and either ruptures or sends the feet into an expression of rapture. The thing is, my Isabel never learned how to dance. I wanted to teach her, but before we had our first lesson, Osric leaned over to me with a smile on his face. He whispered the news to me, and I could feel the joy carried by his breath reaching my cheeks. I felt them burn. I love the creatures, and they loved our performance. The kelpies that swam in the grey lakes, the murrows that lured men into the sea to marry drowned corpses. The creatures that had become so rare only showed themselves when I played, when she sung, and stopped once the rats and crows immigrated. The truth is, I love this town. Whoever killed Isabel must think he can use the town for something grand, but the love I have will never allow that. I realize how important death is, but the role of executioner belongs to no man. After my sister's death, that role is mine. No plague will take the decision. No plague will take the decision to take my town's soul from me. There's a chair in the hand. Jesus Christ. There's a char to the hands that yearn to play. To choke out the man who ended my sister's life. First, though, there's the matter of 2 schools that were destroyed. Good morning, Eddie in the Mix. No, I was reading it terribly. I was just fumbling over the sentence, Callie. Gawain destroyed one of my schools before I could capture his voice, and Corwin, the descendant of Selwyn, had her flesh stolen by a skeleton. It was the crash of that building that made me realize I never obtained a voice from the House of Bellowjaw. I marvel at what exquisite instruments I could construct from that clan's throat. I must find him. If I had a room filled with the voices from the House of Bellowjaw, surely I would have attained the power for necromancy. The future tales are vague. In their bulbs I saw only my reflection on the melted snow where Farshies surround me, and that can only mean it's one of Belfry's graveyards. Strange. It's as if the faux flakes that fall from this dead sky solidify as crystals in the presence of the Farshies, only to break on the pavement. Weed repels leave a gap in the sky. I know several rumors that point to why the snow stops falling, that the town is a snow globe, that it used to be a lantern which housed a star and a bell that signaled it to burn hotter with every ring. Death's singular eye fatigued in the beam of that bright star. Death saw something more powerful than him. Could the gods Sedansa and Solmano have a part to play here? Mortals suffer in the wake of their theatrics. But I will not be mortal for long. When I meet with Gawain on these mudflats, I assume I will find him as a Farshi. While it's not likely Belfry would allow the death of his greatest asset, the boy could not have survived a building falling on him. In fact, when Belfry discovers potential, he raises pillars and writes plaques to them. He lets them know how important they are, only to strike them down. For Shamblefoot, the resonance is a blade that reveals our weaknesses to us and punishes us for them. This allows us to grow. For Embercage, it is a blaze that lets them feed on their ashes after they've been burned to nothing. And unfortunately for Bellowjaw, they are to blame for every cut and burn caused by its magic. The blare of their cries are heard with every spell. When I use resonance, all I hear is my sisters weeping. I never had the spine to listen. Another reason Isabel must be revived and protected. She and her lover are the only women who can stand against the three gods. Their ancestors, Isolde and Silwyn, protected us against them long ago. Two lovers who lost each other to a curse placed on them by the sun, who saw Isolde shine too bright and forced Selwyn forever into night. The first had blonde hair with snow-white teeth that reflected a smile on the faces of all she gazed upon. The other woman had raven hair and skin like caramel, with teeth whiter still. When these two women were seen together, their union was the smile that carried into morning. You could not help but smile and daydream and wake back from their spell as if you've had a good night's rest. Because of them, no one needed the sleeper wells. Solmano accused the two of heresy when their light shined brighter than his own, and a group of worshippers built eternal shrines to their false divinity all across town. He tried to burn them down, to dismantle the shrines with his twin hands, but they were held strong with faith and love, stronger than Solmano's own power, who relied on fear. Solmano grabbed his flaming spine, rode his twin hands, and spoke the names of the two whose fates were so intertwined, Isolde and Silwyn. I left something in poetry. True. If you listened closely, you can still hear a feeble beating in the Mournweld. A grieving heart unable to turn away from the shadows to face the light, to face her lover. Because Solmano, the dastardly man, welded their hearts together, back to back. The two were dubbed the Bound Soulless, and they were the comfort of the town because they were forever bound. Solmano's power and influence halved. His twin hands weakened. The relationship Isabel had with her was beautiful. I remember now, but the memories were linked by resonance as if they belonged to someone else. Damn! That's powerful, Callie. You're just like, wait, what? No way, really? Okay, that's... I mean, it's been foreshadowed. You can't say that it wasn't foreshadowed. It's just now put into a lot better perspective, which I like. That gives you time to, time for it to sink in. Isabel wore a white dress with a blue corset. Her voice was like the turning of pages to the next beautiful word. Do you think Solmano and the rest only fear loss? Corwin threw herself over her partner's arm. Corwin enjoyed showing skin, a black ruffled blouse trimmed to reveal her navel. The sound from her lips was as if the ears learned the experience of taste. Impossible in begging for listeners' attention, the smoothness of sweetest vanilla. It's as if his followers have made thieves of us. Isabel held her for a moment, then returned her to her feet. And the rest are jealous they cannot have this, and the two together were the resurrection, the animation of the Bound Soulless, but bound to that curse they were, their company providing no relief from their fate. I was so envious of what they had, destined to be together, yet so guilty that I relished how the world was against their union. Unlike the rest of the town, I was not afraid of Solmano. If the bravery afforded to me by my ancestor was at all as contagious as the plagues manufactured by Sedansa, the two would be together, they would be happy, and I would never have had a taste of their love. The town would be brave enough to face the terrible gods. How the mosaic protests the skin of the cold rain only to separate man from Mother Nature, and what a force they were, not a mere droplet on the frame, but a deluge against a community. Wait, this part is Osric? All of this is Osric? Okay. There we are. And that was the exact day of Solmano's routine cleansing of heretics, where the faith of his followers is matched against the last descendants of the Bound, an attempt at destroying the shrines and eradicating those of Olwen ancestry. Nell, Isabel, and Corwin all relied on me. The early years. A man in a suit appeared, wooden club in hand, wrapped in tattered cloth, raging with fire. Who I knew to be disposable, to make him less susceptible to my influence. They stripped him of his name. Look, boy, all these three do is make misery and dance with demons. Let them do it in their own special hell. Hell is a place of my design. I offer you an invitation, I said. I extended my hand. They looked at each other, as if to confirm my threat. He grabbed me by the shirt with his gloves. No one would dare grab my throat. Tell me, boy, how do you intend to make our lives hell? Should we drown those three, as they intend to do to us? What can you make of the buzzing? He let me go, took off his gloves, and burned them with his torch. He pounded against his body as red faces appeared all over his skin. They howled what he so desired to screech. Devil, 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 devil. Nell and I, as descendants of Saldonsa and Solmano, have evolved powers that rival Belfry's. A man with no clear ancestry. Nell, the ability to manipulate inanimate objects. I, Ostric, the ability to spread disease. He has reason to fear us. Stella. The sound of splintering. The Dullahan stood before us, wielding a spine. Black wisps faded behind him as he elongated the spine and flung it ahead of him with the force the crack of a whip. In Nell's eyes there was the melting of ice, but that tear was not a response to her own pain. It was the desire to live. She had such pride in her sister and distinguished it in a love for the town. In that one tear was my aunt's resolve. Isabel wouldn't die as long as Nell stood. This feels like a mess to me. It does jump all over the place, but I find it interesting. But maybe what you could do, I don't know, I like it. I kind of like it. But I like stories that are, like, abstract, and so, like, you can't really take my opinion as a normal person when it comes to, like, experimental and, like, jumpy kind of narratives. Because I love that, and it feels like an anime doing, like, different perspectives, and each perspective is like an episode, right? And you can just get a different character's perspective per episode. It's just this happens to be all within one chapter. Which you've kind of had a slow build-up of. It's just now ramping, which I'm comfortable with. But now it was falling. To my mother, the deafening trait of a star is to defy all expectations. I couldn't do that for her. I could only play that one song. I'd lose her, same as I lost my half-brother. Her face so pale she's neither the moon nor the snow. She is the ghost of both. She can't support herself anymore. The light can't shine off her face. I screamed when a cold grip lifted me by the back of my throat. Two fingers pierced... Is that supposed to be two? Two fingers pierced me, and I felt the bones in my back click, clack, clack across my head. Ba-pum, ba-pum. You can lose your mind, your heart, but you will never lose your spine. I have one more secret for you. Aggregate of the three houses. Stars rely more on gravity than muscle and bone to pull the world into their grasp. I reached out for my mother, who was several feet away. I had begun to lose my sight. An emptiness filled me. I took what was left of the signals my spine sent my weakening arms, but when I saw my mother, everything faded. I've always held the suspicion that those who do not decay experienced a faster rate of spiritual decomposition. I felt it, even as a child. One day, I looked into my mother's eyes and saw it. She's dying while I'm already dead. Yet my wounds still bleed while hers have run dry. I had only seen her blood run hot when she sat at her pianos, instruments that were more human to her than I was. Some crucial human trait was missing in my mother, Nell. She was missing an imagination. She couldn't feel empathy for others other than when she herself had experienced what she saw. As a rich and powerful woman, I imagined she hadn't suffered as much as the poor. When I came to, I was still in the Dullahan's fingers. My mother was in mine. And I said, "You may not have a spine, but you do have a soul." With my own resonance, I weaved the waves of her soul into a spine, a power only those in Embercage could manage. She would walk again. She would fight. A weeping, moaning woman rushed at the Dullahan from Nell's back. Black rags formed tattered wings behind Nell, as if she wore a raven torn to shreds. Her weeping turned into a screech that resembled the haunting caw of that bird and called forth other creatures of the species to attack the Dullahan. A banshee with control over flora and fauna, Isabel. Isantil stood, held up by the fey creature, and rushed at the piano man, with claws of ice destroyed 3 of the spiked wheels that propelled his instrument. "Tell me, sister, what do I have that you don't?" asked Isabel. Nell flinched at the sound of a harsh and high-pitched screech, the sound of Corwin screaming. But it was not the scream she heard when Nell first met her. It was not pain, but grief. A type of pain Nell cannot make light of, because she has lost so much. The chunks of onyx fell onto the mud and sunk, the material claimed by the ghosts under the earth. Any ghost that came into contact with the dark substance flew out from the ground. It was made of compacted seeker wells. But why hadn't Gawain been stripped from his ghostly veil? Seekerwell repels all ghostly things. If the very piano he rides is made from the metal he should be terrified of, Gawain can't be saved. He commanded one of the enlarged identical hands to take a swipe at Isanel. Though the two spirits were intangible, even to each other, the Dullahan had the hands of a murderous piano tutor as a weapon against the incorporeal. Pale hands with polished nails, with veins that pulsed red as they branched out from the wrists. The Dullahan grabbed these veins to rein in the tutor's fingers. Kind of, but if I'm correct, she's trying to get Gawain's spirit to come out. But I don't think Gawain's actually dead, so she can't get his spirit to come out. And I don't know who Isanel is. Is that one of the spirits that I was thinking, like the ghosts? But she was also mentioned before up here. So it's like, what's the difference between Isanel and Isabel? Is Isabel the Banshee form? That's the only thing I'm kind of confused about. Isanel is Nell plus Isabel put together. Oh, because it's the spirit of Isabel inside. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's why she has the corporeal and non-corporeal parts, and that's why she can attack the Dullahan. Okay, yeah. It's a little hard to follow, but I understand. Pale hands with polished nails and veins that pulse. Oh, we already read that. Stella ran past the twin hands and grabbed Gawain by the shins, who hung at the base of the Dullahan's ragged figure as it was ravaged by birds. Though Stella had the quality of ghostly charm, this time the words. She was mute. Gawain was helpless. A song played in Stella's mind. The strong resonance, the song reverberated through the world still. All the world except for Isanel. She grabbed Stella's throat and sung the lyrics from the star's mind. Star's lullaby. If my lover didn't take me, at least the devil would. My teeth will sing a skeleton song, and I'll have hands of wood. Then maybe he will take me, and like two lovers should, we'll dance in our self-made hell under the piano hood. And there I will be heard, at once I will be understood, the best of me be seen, the talent, the beauty, the good. There an angel will stand, where once a demon stood. Flowers will bloom from bone and mud, where none could. expect a single passionate thing to bud. A heart taken from his chest, a bird taken from his nest, a slave to dreams that aren't his, chained to a bed of roses. A bird is used to his cage. He can't tell that he's repressed. Desires to fly and sing his rage, to escape and join the rest. And there he will be caged, a war will be raged, the best of him be taken hold of, used, and then replaced. There a pile of bones will sit, where once a bird I saw, did want so much a dream of his own, and fought for with beak and claw. Here lies potential for a beauty, not fragile nor momentary, a daughter and her half-brother, who lack strength to play but revel in their traits, the agile and imaginary, but never feather and bone. He but feather and bone. Here they'll begin, their tales compile in the cemetery, and when the boy's not necessary, she'll recognize his tragic nature, vulnerable and temporary, so different from her own. Damn! I love it, Callie. That's a great ending for the chapter. Oh, is it freaking out? Okay. Don't know why it's doing that. I can't open a new tab with it, and I can't click any of the shit on it. Okay, we're just gonna bring this up. And we're just gonna end task. Reopen it. No, it's fucked. I don't know why it's doing that. Tainted gum. Okay, so my story cursed notepad. True, Callie. I just have to get this to open in a new tab, right? I can't even get it to, like, move, so I don't know how to get to, like, multiple stories. Whoops. Because we need... structure. I guess this is telling us fuck structure. Well, this is annoying. I bet it's because of your download. Having no extra space on your drive is not a good thing. Your PC uses your drive as virtual RAM. God, I'm hungry, don't have food for myself. That sucks, Callie. I just don't know where, like there's like 500 gigs of shit that shouldn't be on here. And I'm like... Actually, now that I think about it, it might be Path of Exile that's actually taking up a lot of space. Because if I look at, like... We deleted all the old ones. Yeah, no, it's like the entirety of the system is fucked. I can't even empty the recycling bin. Okay, that's fucked up. Path is a huge game. If even a portion of it is downloaded onto your machine, then it's huge. Let's see if we can get rid of it. Wants to install 8 gigs? I gotta really figure out how to uninstall. Okay, I'm just gonna... Better question is, how large is your entire drive? It's a terabyte. At least I think it's a terabyte. Hold on, let me check. 929 gigs. That's a terabyte, because the other 70 is, you know, functionality shit, right? Yikes, half your drive and you don't know what it is. Yep. Because I'm like, there's no way, like, this is, like, I mean, I downloaded a bunch of B-roll and stuff, but, oh, not downloads, videos. Because we have, like, the stream, right? So that's 5, 7, 5, like, this is all, like, probably 30 gigs. But that's it. And then for, like, the short stories, like, we've got the 2 that I already uploaded, which actually can go in there now because they're done. And, like, we could delete all of these now if I could delete them, but it's not going to let me. But it's like, let's go to... I can't even go to view and change the view of it. This is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, not 500 gigs worth. I'm like... And especially because, like, I've been deleting them. Maybe if I had all of them, but it's also, like... I don't think... Like, this is just extra... This is, like, a couple of... random things. I don't think any of that is worth anything either. I had to do that to clean up some space myself. You can grab... Hold on, what? You can grab tree size. It'll show you exactly what it is and that's taking up the space. I had to do that to clear up some space myself. It's called... Is it the program is called tree size? It'll show you the size of a folder and its contents. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Bees, is look, it won't even let me click on anything. Like, I'm gonna have to restart the PC, which will fuck the thing. It lets me click on this, but it doesn't let me click on anything here. The entirety of it is just, like, this entire bar. Yeah, I don't know. And it's not like it's frozen. Apparently, I can press Alt and, like, manipulate it. But now I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Open Task Manager and close down Explore. Bork the PC if you can't figure out a way to remove something. That's why I'm opening up. This. Because otherwise we just get rid of Oblivion, like, right now. We just go in there and we just say, Oblivion, you are bye-bye. That's 118 gigs right there. Now let's make sure there's an uninstall option. Because there should be, right? And then we gotta uninstall Path of Exile 1. Yep, welcome to Path of Exile, guys. One benefit to Steam is being able to uninstall from your Steam library. Yep. It is super convenient. What are we sitting at now? 148 gigs free. This is where I have no idea how to uninstall it. Do you let the system handle virtual RAM, or do you set the file size? I have no idea what that is. That means nothing to me, Sean. Okay, so let's see here. How do I install... How do I uninstall Path of Exile 2? Type program in Windows search bar and uninstall from there? Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, it's not even going to let me move it, is it? Why wouldn't it immediately just go to Path of Exile? Okay, but it's not letting me click on anything. Oh, uninstall? Okay, that's gonna take some time, so let's just... Oh, never mind. Oh, this one's in Steam, apparently. I didn't know that one was through Steam. Virtual RAM is where the PC uses part of the hard drive like it was RAM. If you set the virtual RAM file size to double the amount of RAM you actually have, then it doesn't have to think about it anymore. With the PC managing it, the size increases and decreases all the time as the system uses resources to constantly scan everything to see how large to make a file. Okay, well, let's see what the size is now. 287 gigs, damn. Just like that. We can get rid of this. Death counter for Elden Ring. Just a random thing. Looks like that's pretty much everything. Hey, it works now! So it was literally just because the RAM was overloading the PC. And it just couldn't think. So we fixed it. And what we're going to go through with this is we're going to take these and we're going to state where they are. This is exposition. Just setting up the character. Here it is. That's the goal. And then there's the conflict. Okay, and then here's the disaster. He's on his way. And then we have the reaction. Do. Here, this is the reaction. Then dilemma. How to deal with not having the gum at the dentist.
Yay, chapter 15 of Dawn now at 35 views.
Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. I think it should go like here. Because this is starting with the dilemma. Because it's like, it's talking about the fact that the music can't calm him. So that's the dilemma. And then his decision is to think about his hero. Sit through appointment, prove he's like his hero. That's the extra bit we added in there. And his goal is to sit through the fluoride. Okay, so this is the goal here. His goal is to sit through the fluoride. Conflict. Here. At least from doing the small edits that I did from Cryogen, I thought this would be a more intuitive and easier way to separate everything than just doing them all in a single line. So I might go back through Cryogen and try and pick out each one of those scenes like I'm doing here. Because some of them can be small, some of them can be large, some have exposition in them, but they still contain whatever the thing is, right? And then we can center those down into like a single paragraph kind of idea, right? And figure out where exactly we need it to go when we're going through like the line editing of it. So this is structure editing that I would call this. I don't know exactly what this is, but this is like, to me, this is like continuity, making sure that the scenes that you've wanted to set up are actually playing out in the way that you have them set up so that it carries the story, right? So I think that's like structure and pacing mainly. Yeah, so there's him gagging, which is the conflict, and then here's the disaster where he actually throws up. And then his reaction is being embarrassed. And you can tell because it's like this line, like, I sat there, a fragile vase, the mere look enough to crack its soul. which is like, you know, embarrassment of the fact of, oh, I wish that I didn't exist right now. Threw up in front of this hot chick. Fuck. So it'd be like right here. This is the reaction. And the dilemma in this case doesn't really work well here, because this is where it is. So the dilemma is actually like... So this should actually... See, this is structuring, right? Because this would place the dilemma before the reaction. And, like, later on when we understand the fundamentals and we understand the rules... When you understand the rules and why the rules exist, that's when you can start to break rules. Because you know why the rule is there, and you're just basically subverting whatever that expectation is for its structure. So it doesn't always necessarily have to be in order. But I'm trying to make all the stories have it in order, so when I place it out of order, I know why I'm doing it, and the effect that it has. So, in this case, I would say the reaction of embarrassment should actually go here, and the dilemma should go underneath. Here. I think that flows better. And then this is the dilemma, which needs to be cleaned up. And then the decision is to try again, and you have to start all over. So that just keeps this scene in this order. So that's actually the first time I've come across that where I've actually noticed it, and that's the power of doing them individually versus how I was doing it in the other scenes. Because that's the power of understanding the structure of what you're doing. It just makes things more efficient. You're not flying around with the chicken with your head cut off. You start that way and then you slowly work your way out of it depending upon what you're doing, right? So, get through the fluoride is the next goal, which we are successful. So this single line is the decision. I think this needs to be like this. We'll figure out something later, but this entire structure needs to be separated because that's the decision. And then this is not actually this, but because otherwise the decision and the goal are kind of together, right? So we could either do that, or So I don't know which one of those, but yeah, this one or that one. To lead up to here. I'm planning on my tragedy be of the music. My tragedy of be the music, be this switch where the villain becomes hero, hero becomes villain. Stella Nell and Belfry now end up together, and their dreams are the only ones that come true. So the characters that were once villains win. I love that concept, Callie. It's like the I was thinking about this in your story, like Thelma and Louise getting away at the end. Just like riding off into the sunset. All the chaos and everything behind them. It's a fucking powerful image. Of just basically saying, fuck the world, we won. Those are the best kinds of stories. When it's done right. Like Thanos winning at the end of Infinity War. There shouldn't have been an end game. It should have just been the end with Infinity War and Thanos wins. And then he just sits there and then watches himself disintegrate. And it's so beautiful, it's so perfect, it's so elegant as a fucking ending. There didn't need to be anything past that. Right? It's okay to end on that point. I don't know if this disaster makes it in time. So this is like skip. It's like there is no disaster in this case. So we can just skip disaster. Because there is no real disaster. It's just we've already gone through the conflict and now we're actually succeeding. Actually, no, this is a lie. Yeah, this is where we didn't change it. Okay, cavity. And terror. So he finishes the cleaning, close and open, suction, da 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 da. That'd be here. So there's the disaster, which is he has cavities. Yeah, here, terror. Dilemma. There's that. Goal at the season. Okay. conflict. Disaster is him being proven wrong. So that's here. Oh, okay, well we didn't even, So this is kind of all wrong. Because, like, all of that happens, like, this dilemma and decision. So, I'm thinking maybe we just eliminate that. This is a structural issue. Okay, this is where things get kind of out of whack. I'm not sure what's going on here with this. This is where I completely deviate from what I did in the guide, because I had the idea of the scene of basically him showing him that it was a psychological effect. That he wasn't actually touching him, and that he is frozen. His mind is just telling him that he's not because he's scared. But he technically hasn't even started the process yet. So that's why this is kind of weird. And same with this. Like, we didn't even write this scene. So this is the problem with deviating from the original. So, what I think we're gonna do in this case is we're gonna set everything up to be rewritten in those scenes. So, we're gonna rewrite the order in which the area of these go. So, as soon as we get... let the freezing set in. Feels like it isn't working. Okay. So... anything past here, we're just gonna kinda leave on its own for its own separate scene. Because we need something else here. Squints his eyes against the pain of the needle. So we'll have to add that in. We can add those details, you know, when we come back to it and do line by line and look at what is the scene and what is written and how can we like match the two together. I think that's the ultimate way of just like having everything set up and then coming back to it. And I think the biggest problem is like trying to edit Cryogen as our first thing, which was such a massive story to try and edit off the bat. I think we should put Cryogen on the back burner for now. And I think it will be amazing if we know how to edit it when we do edit it. Okay, so new scene. That's not a bad idea. Improve as a writer with smaller projects so your bigger ones can benefit from your growth. Exactly. That's why I've always done short stories. Because I find if you're not writing to just write, if you're writing to learn and get better, I don't think writing a novel is going to help you a lot. Right? Get the fundamentals and the foundation. And that's how I basically do any skill. I get the fundamentals and the foundation, and then I work upwards from there. Sometimes taking large leaps at a time, and then falling back and realizing how far I've gone. But sometimes you gotta overshoot in order to see exactly where you are, right? Because I'm gonna just skip through things, oh, shit, okay, I don't know that, let's go back and find out where we left off, right? New scene for conflict, which is like inner talking to dentist maybe about his anime. This is to pass time. Innerly inwardly he is not sure. And then when the cleaning starts, which is actually when the I don't even need to I don't think that's yeah, let's just not say that. Filling is being done. I mean, dentist starts the filling. Extend below scene to include and converge upper and lower paragraphs. So it brings like both of these together, but I haven't written this one yet, so I don't know what this one should look like, right? Because this should complement that one. Reaction. Panic. I might have to rewrite this entire scene, but okay, we're gonna need a reaction, which is like I don't know about this anymore. In sounds that disrupt Michael inner panic, and then thinks he feels pain, which is this, and then tells the dentist to stop. Yeah, I think this entire thing needs to be rewritten. It's just, it's in the wrong spot, and it's disjointed with everything else that's here. It just happens too fast. Because this is still part of the freezing, because he's supposed to be getting his tongue frozen now, on top of the rest of it. So you know that his tongue's frozen. So... I'm just gonna put new scene here. And this is a product of rushing at the end. Because it's so close to being done the story, I just wanted to get it done. Which is a terrible thing that I do. And this should, like, all technically be before this. Or more signs. So there needs to be another section in here of dentist stopped. Conflict. Dentist calls him out on it and shows him it's in his mind. He resigns. Actually, disaster. He is proven wrong. Then he resigns. That's his reaction. Dilemma. How to get through it. Oops. And the decision is to imagine chewing gum. Now this is where like a whole other scene comes into it where he like bites down on the guy's hand, and this just like more emphasizes the you know, his obsession with chewing gum. It just kind of builds it up more, right? So from here, new scene, tell dentist to stop. Yeah, I'm just taking this out, and I'm just gonna put it here, and I just don't know what to do with it. So I'm just gonna kinda... Then here's like the montage scene. So like this entire scene here, there's some shit going on there that we need to deal with. But other than that, we can go tell the dentist to stop. Since all of these are new scenes, up to here. Oops. And this is like segments of the lower piece, so we can kind of go back to it. Okay, maybe now we can interlay it in. So what's the first part? Okay, this can go... here. And this can be like the adding of the squints' eyes, and it's just don't need this. Okay, yeah, this whole scene. So I can get rid of that. I think this just needs to say stop, and that changes everything. So, and it's like we can get rid of the "Do you feel this?" This is the this is him telling the dentist to stop. Okay. We're trying to salvage as much as we can. Okay, maybe just do that. Put that there. And he resigns. No, maybe we just put this here again. Remove this. Take this. This is the disaster scene, and then this is him frozen, and he resigns. And then this is I think just part of that. Okay, so we can still keep what I wrote in some way, shape, or form. And that fills some of the gaps in there. But the rest of it is still pretty... freezing is set so you can feel his tongue or cheeks. some of this is just a no. But as long as we have reaction and then the dilemma. Feel like if we're doing this, that's pretty much this. So I don't actually think we need this. So from this dilemma, or from this reaction, I think we can keep the dilemma, because that's like the procedure starting, right? And then somewhere in there we need something like this. It would be here, but we'd have to change it because we've already done that in the above. And then the goal to get out of the office chair. Which is this. No, wait, it's this. So this is the goal. That's the conflict. And this is out of place again. Because this is the disaster, which is already said. Oh, where does it say it? Did I even do this one? Yeah, okay, it's chew less gum, brush more. So that's kind of part of this. So this would be rewrite. So yeah, we can keep that. And this is, yeah, this is him, his reaction. He doesn't care. This is to show this. I think this needs a new scene as well. And then the decision is this one. Goal, go sit in the car. I think this actually goes here, and this is a new scene. think this also needs a new scene. Yeah, like this whole ending area is just clumped and cluttered. And then this is his excitement reaction. Oops. Okay, so I don't know about any of this, but so we just want the dilemma. Which we also need to rewrite this because we need to explain more about like the juices being in his mouth. Juices in his mouth overflowing. Decision. Wipe it away. And then ends on the decision, which would be where the goal would initiate. So that's like how it should end. So I think that is for structure. We have all of the new scenes that we need to write, which let's go back and let's look at it from what we've got. And we can see like the distance between. So this is all a goal. So that's a pretty big chunk. That's like one page. That's like another page. That's another page. It's like a page and a half. That's like another page. You know, half a page. Okay, a page. Another page. Page and a half. Another half page. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Notice the difference? That is significant. And then it... Oh, here's another big one. Another half page, another page, another page, another half page, quarter page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 new sections that are just like basically missed to show his inner workings and stuff like that of like actually getting the important part of the story. So that's all expansion for like length. But yeah, it definitely drops off, and then we got a ton more new scenes we need near the end. So it's like the first half is like fine, and then you can almost tell that it drifts off from the structure, pacing, and outline itself, and kind of goes. But that's exactly where I plan to deviate. So all I need to do is get better at changing the outline as I deviate, so when I come back, it's still in line with it. So that fixes a plot outline issue as well. And that's how everything intertwines together. You can learn from one thing to another. But I think that's good for now. So guys, are you fucking ready? Are we fucking ready for what is said to be the game of the fucking year? A true narrative masterpiece. Let us learn and incorporate anything that we learn into our writing. Because any medium of entertainment has an element of writing in it. All you have to do is find where that element is and inspect that element. You gotta keep those hands in view because it looks like you're doing something completely different right now. What, grinding? Grinding it out, you know? Yeah, that totally makes sense. I swear, guys, I'm just grinding weed. I'm not doing anything malicious. So we'll start with the camera here. If you guys want me to move the camera, if it's in the way of anything, just let me know. And we have multiple positions we can place the camera in. Here we go. Sit back with your popcorn, boys. Get ready for this. Oh, there's no Japanese audio. I think that's good. So I always find voices are too soft, so I always like to put them higher. It is what it is. Let's go. Apply. What? No, apply. Just the difficulty of the games can be changed anytime outside of battle. Story. Narrative experience of less demanding combat. Enemies deal low damage. Expert. Sure. Do I have to click? True, Eddie.
Les toits se renoient, gris fera, clair, obscur, de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, dans des hautes peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, de
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow. And soon, I'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said. too.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
You still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamache?
You're asking me? I don't know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Smash! Okay, that's a bit much. Let's try 3. I don't know if that actually did anything. Oh, it's just a little, wee fast on the turn-in. Yeah, the camera moves
All right,
way
let's go.
too
I'll
fast.
accompany you there. Are you ready to see her again?
Yeah. Been ready.
Should I give her something else? Is there anything else here? Yeah, this is really hard to do with this camera being so fast. This is fucking crazy.
I set up these grapple shortcuts. Nice, huh? Don't tell your sister, though. I sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy. Wish I had them when I was working as a...
Okay, this is annoying. I don't know why this is under like controller and not Like... Wait, it didn't save my sound settings? You're about to exit with unsaved settings. Do you want to save them? Yes. Even though I saved them. That's so weird. Okay.
Hurry up.
Yeah, I really don't think that does anything. Maybe it does.
Come on, good
It's
stuff.
just-
Speed up a bit. Sophie will have already gamaged by the time you've arrived.
My head.
Can't believe Sophie already turned 33. She looks so much younger than you.
Thanks.
She's popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
I can imagine. What?
You look tense.
Yeah,
I know what you need. A little jewel.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense. And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
Alright, you're on.
Yes!
Alright, let's do a battle tutorial. Let's beat the shit out of this bitch. During your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume AP to use. You can gain AP by performing a base attack or parry. Characters play turn by turn. The turn order is indicated by the timeline on the left. Try attacking to gain 1 AP. Select. Enemies usually perform 1 action per turn. You can defend during their attack. During an enemy attack, at the right time to avoid damage, dodging. Character's AP can be used to cast skills. Each character can have up to 6 skills equipped. Try to use a skill. Gustav starts with 2 skills, Lumiere, Assault, and Overcharge. He can use attacks and skills to charge up his Overcharge meter and unleash a devastating blow with his Overcharge skill. Use Lumiere Assault to gain charges. Pressing at the right time will improve your skill effects. Achieve perfect timing. Apparently I pressed it too early. Stuff overcharge is full. Use overcharge.
For those who come after.
Fuck, I fucked it up.
You won. Now, don't you feel better?
I fucked
see
up.
your smile. All right, now let's go find Sophie.
How is this a spar? He just hit her with a
I
Chidori?
saw her near the red and white tree.
Yeah.
Oh, the plaza is lively. Why people like to celebrate the Gommage is still a mystery to me, but oh well. The red and white tree. I've always found it beautiful. I don't really understand. You and Sophie broke up so long ago. But clearly you never got over her. Why'd you wait until today to say something? It's a bit late, isn't it?
The last few days meant everything.
Could we talk?
Gustav, I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
You know,
I
I'm
missed you.
sorry. I
You
miss
don't need to... Okay,
You go.
no, you.
You know how I feel. I wish things had been. You know, I often think another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world, and you are the most stubborn person I know. Thank you. Walk me to the harbour?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Sophie. So Gustav really did come, huh?
Yeah, he did.
I knew he would.
Has everybody already left?
Yeah. Everybody's heading to the harbour. Sophie.
Looks like you still have a lot of flowers left.
Well, there are less and less people to buy them. I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
Tiffany.
I should finish cleaning up here and join everyone at the harbour. See you.
See you.
I can't imagine what you're going through.
I'm fine.
Hmm.
I'm fine. I've lived 33 good years. Look around. We've had our whole lives to prepare. We're all fine. Mostly.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
People have gathered here on their way to the harbor, reuniting one last time. Oh, damn, that was spicy. Is that just a glint? Oh, that's just a reflection. Is there another item over here?
Hey, you! You seem like a woman with exquisite taste. I just finished my sculpture of the legendary Esquier. This may be my life's finest work, yet not a single soul seems to care. How could I make it better?
Maybe sculpt something more menacing, like an Evron.
I see. Something that induces fear to attract attention.
True.
Brilliant. I knew you were the right person to ask. Thank you for your insight.
You're most welcome.
I shall get to work tomorrow. I see you're wearing flowers. What's your name?
Sophie.
Sophie. As a thank you, I shall chisel your name onto the statue.
Oh, you don't have to.
But I will.
Nice. We get our name and fucking engraved. That's pretty badass.
Oh, Sophie. What a lovely smell.
Hey, there's another guy with the fucking thing. Is he?
Thank you, Richard.
Is he a dead one too?
I could recognize it from miles away. It's good you're here, Sophie. I have a favor to ask of you.
Anything for my beloved sewing teacher?
We are of the same cohort. Today is my gommage, and my son and I had a fight last night.
Oh no.
He said he wants to join the expedition. He wants to waste the last year of his life. I didn't want that for him. I used to think it was a bad choice. Today I no longer do. I know I made a mistake. I tried to impose my views on him when he is much braver than I will ever be. So I sewed a special uniform for him. That's my last gift. Could you bring it to him?
Of course. I'll bring it to Jules.
He won't join the Gamage ceremony, but he will be at the Expedition Festival tonight for sure. Oh, but you...
Don't worry. I'll ask Gustav.
Gustav? Are you back together?
For this moment. Maybe.
I'm glad. He's a good person.
Yes. He is.
Thanks to both of you. And see you.
See you.
Thanks to both of you.
Whoops.
See you. Is something wrong?
The expeditions. What a joke. All they do is leave us here to die. They're just escaping.
You know their goal is to save us all, right?
Yes, that's what my father told me last year, before he left for Expedition 34. And here we are again this year. We could have spent one more year together instead of wasting it away.
Your father fought to offer you a better future.
I have no future. I know it and I've accepted it. We're doomed.
You never know. This expedition might be different. There are some special people in this one.
Yeah, right.
Gustav, why don't you show her some of your fighting skills to prove her wrong?
Ooh.
for those who come after.
That's... This guy is strong.
They all train their Picto skills very hard to save us all. And so did your father.
Then, Madame, why didn't you join?
Me? I'm content with my life. I know what I can and cannot change. Or maybe because I was afraid.
Do you think I should join the expedition?
My friend Ciel always says, do your best. Either it works or it doesn't. Live your life as you want.
I don't want to have regrets. I don't have that much time.
When the time comes, you'll make the right decision. I'm sure.
Thank you. Now I think I know. Give this to your boyfriend. My father gave it to me, but it might be more useful for him.
Ooh. Well, let's go and see if we can find any more useful things from the crowd. Any more special people we need to talk to? Easter egg hidden somewhere of some random character that gives you some epic OP-ness.
My gestural costume is the best! Hey, Madame, do you think the gestrals really exist?
Of course they do.
That's what I think too. The others laugh, but I know they're real. One day, I will meet one, even if it means joining an expedition. I'll raise a gestral army and we'll crush the Paintress. And me and my little brother will live with the gestrals and they'll be our new family. We're tired of the orphanage. If the legends are true, they really like to fight. And that's why I'm training every day by beating up my little brother.
True.
Yeah, you would make a great Gestral.
Thanks. I'll raise a...
What a maniac. Dude needs to be sent to an expedition for everyone else's safety. People are about to gommage leave their furniture so that others may use them. If you can go stuff, examine the stuff left behind. The rest is better left for future generations. Do you like my performance?
Oh, Sophie.
Marie.
Your flowers. I didn't know about. I thought you were younger. And yet you didn't have children.
I'm not having this conversation with you again. Not today.
Do you care so little about the future of Lumiere? How can you be so selfish?
What a bitch.
I'm not selfish.
Punch her in the face.
Others into our doomed world. I know we are not many to think like this now. And it destroyed my relationship. the person I love the most. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to spend this moment with him, and you should cherish this moment with your daughter.
Sorry. See you at the harbour.
Good luck, Mary.
Bitch. She's just angry she's gotta die. Okay, I think that seems to be everyone. And everything we can do here. Hopefully, we got some good shit. Some free items off the bat. The fuck?
Not everyone attends the Living Wake or goes to the harbour for the gommage. Some prefer more intimate goodbyes.
Wait, they're gonna die while they're fucking? That's great. What a way to go. I mean, if you knew you were gonna die and the last thing you could do was fuck, would you fuck? I'd fuck. People are buying flowers for their loved ones before they gommage.
Hi, Gustav. You're back. Oh, did you want to pick out a different flower?
No, the one you suggested earlier was perfect.
Oh, I'm
Wait,
glad.
did I swap characters?
These garlands are our last farewell. I want them all to feel special. I have a garland saved for you too. But it's not a farewell garland. It will be a welcome home garland. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Ophelia.
Yeah, somehow I switched characters. I want to talk to her
Good
with
luck.
this chick. Oh, maybe it just automatically swaps characters to talk to her. I don't know.
Oh, Luna's playing. You two would make a cute couple.
If you say so.
Only
It's just a trash. That's what they always say, and then it's a bomb.
happened, huh?
Another family that will be torn apart by the gommage. And more children for the already crowded orphanage.
Sometimes.
Man, they've really setting this shit up. I love it.
Who? The paintress?
Look at her. She looks sad. Maybe she's a prisoner too. Stuck in the same cycle with us. Silly, huh?
Only you could choose empathy at a moment like this.
It's one of the few choices I can make.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay. You don't have to.
The world looks fucked up, though. I love it. Gommage is starting soon. Like every year, everyone is gathered at the harbor, waiting for her to paint a new number.
Oh, hi, Sophie.
Oh, Maëlle. I didn't expect to see you here.
I'm volunteering to help guide children who are losing their parents to the orphanage. Those who weren't registered for foster families.
How kind of you.
I guess I can relate.
Take care during the expedition. Gustav told me a lot of wonderful things about you.
About you too. I always told him you two should never have broken up.
Look at these orphans. That's where we disagreed. But I have hope that you and Gustav will change things. So no one has to go through this impossible choice again.
Yeah. Let's hope we will.
See you.
In the next life.
Damn, that's brutal. Guys, this is how you write dark fantasy. And the death of a character.
You'd have to be crazy to use pictos on your own body.
Why? Aren't you enjoying the show?
Nah, the show's great, but etching chroma onto your skin, oh, that's brutal. And just for a dance. I'll stick to painting pictos on my machines. I'm not cuckoo enough to put them on my body.
Could be useful though. The expeditions rely on them quite heavily.
Yeah, they're crazy too. But at least you can remove pictos pretty easily if you change your mind.
So something about picture. What the fuck? A weird mime is standing here.
Hello?
Gustav, help!
What? Oh, this is great. I have no idea when to press E. I am terrible at this. Fuck, I'm too late.
This was weak.
Oh, I used the wrong ability. What originally confused me is that it said anyone whose age matched the current number would die if the expedition failed. That made me think people who are 1 year too young the previous year would then be too old to be affected. That, however, is not how it works, because it's that age or older. Ah.
That was close. Thanks, Gustav. Did someone build this? There's something on its body.
Ooh, a music record. Nice. See, there's always something cool hanging around the corner. A little Easter egg to wet your palate with. People have gathered for the gommage. Paintress will soon wake. I don't know where to go. Oh, down here. Okay.
I've always loved the harbor.
Where's, what's this fuck? He's just not here? Oh, there he is. Paintress will awaken soon. Gommage will start. Do you want to head to the harbor? Yes. Well, let's take a toke first. Let's take a toke first. See, what I think about this is like entering the 100-year quest in my book. Because nobody knows what's inside, but it's the only dungeon that's never been conquered. So it kind of has that feeling of like, if you go inside, you die. But you should be able to beat it, right? At some point in time. Because everyone's been able to beat every other dungeon. Sophie and Gustav move towards the harbor.
I see you're apprentices.
Oh.
Gustav!
What?
Here. Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves so you don't have to keep rolling it up.
You guys know how to sew?
Sophie helped us. Turns out it's not that hard. We really should have done this ages ago.
You did this.
This is a society running out of viable chances. If a 33-year-old can't do it, how would a team of 12-year-olds fare? Yeah.
Wanted to do something for you.
Soph. Thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
See you at the festival?
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not. lot. I know that face.
You mean a lot to them. I can tell.
Yeah, they mean a lot to me too. Legacy can take many forms, right?
Yeah.
You taught me that.
Right.
Why?
Then there's the question, at what age would the survivors not make it to the trial?
I
8? 7?
wanted to see you wearing it.
Yep. That's true, Sean.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
But you'd think the plan would be to make the biggest population possible, so that you had the highest amount of chances.
This too is your legacy.
In a way. It's yours too.
Smokey, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know, right? They had one chance to fuck, and they're not doing it. Where most worlds for these games, it's a shadow within the light. For this one, it's flickers of light amidst the darkness. Grim Dark is almost too tame a classification for it. That's from what little I've watched, which is practically nothing overall.
I'm here.
What would happen if you ate the petals? Would that be cannibalism?
There you are. You can't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends.
Lucian,
What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
where's mine?
Santé, les amis.
Santé!
Yeah, no, I could use a drink.
Five tables this year. You see that? Told you we'd beat the 34s. Even Maëlle showed up and she hates these things. Wanna go take a look?
I don't... maybe later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
There's an excess of wine, again. Thank you, sister, for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself. Let's at least check on Maëlle and my apprentices.
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new pictos I made.
Looks a bit rough. You sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little... unorthodox?
It's dead useful, trust me. Come on, give it a whirl.
Sure, why not?
Great. I'll trade it for one token.
Quite morbid curiosity.
You won't regret it.
Quick inspection is enough to say that this picto is... Wait, did it say it was useless?
Hey, Amandine. Having fun?
Oh, hey, handsome. Perfect timing. I'm styling everyone before we ship out. Gotta look sharp when we hit the paintress, eh?
Certainly important. Can you style me up too?
On it. Just bring me a token first.
Shit. Where do we get tokens?
These all yours?
You gonna lecture me on drinking?
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to catch up.
You can start now. Here, let's have a toast to Sophie, who was always unapologetically Sophie. My fierce and loving friend.
To Soph. Seriously though, this is gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet. I'm not crossing the sea sober.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
No, not for that.
Ah.
Go have some drinks.
Gustav! Come drink with me.
I'm pacing myself tonight.
Ah, you're so boring. It's our last night. Who knows when we'll be back?
I like that you say when and not if.
What am I gonna say? I'm an optimist. Or an idiot. Depends on who you ask.
True.
Come, let's play some cards.
No way. Everyone knows you cheat.
That's just what sore losers say. Come now. You're going to be a little cautious mouse with the paintress too.
Cautious is good. Keeps you alive.
We're expeditioners. Stay smart, yes, but be bold, eh? You can't win if you don't play.
True.
Money's no good out there anyway. Why are you trying to fleece me?
'Cause winning's fun.
True.
Gustav, saw you with Sophie. You talked.
Yeah, where's your daughter?
Leona's upset. doesn't want to see me.
Shit.
It's okay. She doesn't need to understand, as long as she gets to live.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
No pressure, huh?
Oh no. Lots of pressure. You and Lune, and your Lumina tech, that's our edge.
Thanks, but that's not... Everyone has a role. Lucien, Tristan, Catherine, and you. You made us into a... We have a really good team, thanks to you. That's our edge.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
True.
I think there's other survivors out there.
Doubtful. We would have seen signs.
But not impossible. Maybe if they have shield domes. But they would have been overrun by Nevrons before they could build any.
We were lucky the fracture dropped us out here. Bought us time to get our defenses up.
I don't know. People are resourceful. And Nevrons can't be everywhere. I'm betting on human ingenuity.
I like that.
True.
You came.
I wasn't sure if I should.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
Do you?
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
More like... rediscover. Happiness. One Gomage left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The Paintress stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
True.
If you say so.
Do you think I'm a coward for...
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter. We can launch test runs as soon as we land.
Perfect.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Well, it's Lune.
This feels different.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6. She hates personal questions.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander 32. Congrats.
I've already claimed Alan's office. It's got a nicer view than mine.
A view of the Paintress. You're sicker than I thought.
She won't be there for long.
If we fail, though.
When one falls, we continue. We'll pick up and we'll push on. But I know we will meet again.
Gustav, we got something for you.
For your field notes. So, when you come back, you can tell us everything.
They'll definitely want that for the museum. The complete record of the expedition that destroyed the Paintress.
True.
And if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
I shall faithfully record all our adventures, every strange and wondrous thing.
And Nevrons.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Lumiere.
I promise.
Promise.
Adrien?
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
I should check on Maya. She's probably alone, as usual. I can't believe you're working right now.
Tristan dragged me here.
Yeah, this one looks like I should have bought this
Is
one.
that the final spot? It's amazing you triangulated Expedition Zero's landing site.
Theoretically, extrapolated from the archives, but that was 67 years ago. So much of the landscape has changed.
I trust your calculations.
Thanks.
It's a good strategy for tracing their steps. They're the only expedition with any survivors, and they made it to the monolith, so...
Assuming the records are correct, my calculations are correct, that they left clear markers, that road conditions haven't changed, that...
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
Hey yourself. You okay? Want to talk about it?
Yeah, actually, no.
That's okay.
What about you? You say goodbye to Derek?
Oh, that was over ages ago.
Oh, sorry.
Eh,
I really thought you guys would work out.
it's for the best. I need full focus on the expedition and our team. We're all we have.
Yeah. We're all we have.
Glass of wine?
Keep your sweat to yourself.
Bring Gustav a glass of wine.
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut servers from the budget years ago.
Ah, the ultimate indignity. A farewell party where we serve ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
I'm betting you've got another bottle stashed in your coat somewhere. You gonna share?
You wound me. But yes, in fact, I do have it. Always be prepared. Or was it? Always bring backup. Same different.
Right.
And I am prepared. Prepared to live. And prepared to die.
You're such an idiot.
Hey. We've got your Lumina converter, yeah? I believe. I'm ready for my Lumina.
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent? We'll need more field testing once we land.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got you covered.
Great. Thanks, buddy.
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
I'm supposed to give this guy, Gustav, give Jules the uniform that his father made for him.
That's... He made that overnight? Dad. Damn. Now I feel stupid for fighting with him. Oh, Dad. You take it.
What?
I'm not sure I'll ever use it. Maybe I'll go blind like my father, or maybe another expedition will succeed. I want to support the expedition now. Take it. It may be useful to you. It's okay. I don't need the uniform to know my dad's with me.
Thanks.
Nice. Wear a kid's uniform? I don't know if that's gonna fit, guys.
I knew I'd find you here. Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
Yeah, I know. Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one more time. The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your Gamage. You don't need to leave yet. It's a lot to risk.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
I know you think that.
If anyone should stay, it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
So do you.
No, I don't.
Emma thinks of you as family.
Lumia is not my home. Not the way it is for you. Besides, this way I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Right. Because she needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
Doubly lucky. Since now I have 2.
Alright, enough chit-chat. Come on, old man, let's have a duel.
Hell yeah.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Louvier now, no? Come on.
This time, I'm not messing around.
Let's go, bitch. Shit. I fucked
No
that up.
shame losing to a superior fighter.
Shit.
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
I'm so bad. Fuck.
Have a great night. I am off. You know the drill.
Alright, have a good night there, Sean. Thanks for
All
hanging
those who come
around and
after.
having out. Fuck. I think I'm gonna die. I'm so bad. Why am I so bad? I have 2 health. No, I'm dead. God damn it! I'm so bad.
Too slow, old man.
Now, don't get too confident.
Fuck.
Ah, Emma's here. Your sister's going to be looking for you.
Our beloved chief counselor. Yeah, I should go talk to her.
Don't get too drunk tonight, okay?
My darling sister has arrived. She'll kill me if I don't say goodbye. The chief counselor honors us with her presence. What? Still mad I'm going?
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
You should put that in your speech. Very motivating. They might just find a guillotine for you too.
There are so many things you can contribute to here in Lumiere that'll have a real impact.
Em, you're doing great work, really. Getting things ready for the last generation. You've got it well in hand here. Let me do my part, out there, and win us a chance to live.
We're never going to see each other again.
You're so busy anyway. I barely see you.
Just take care of Mayel, okay? Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers. She really wants off this island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Just suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
I do. Understand? I just... Anyway. Yeah, time for my speech. Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
Fuck. It really didn't like that. May your rest be restful and your dreams be dreamy. True, Callie. True. Wait, did it not? Was the last save me battling her? Can I fight her again? Okay. We're gonna fight her again. This time we're not gonna fuck up. No. Way too
No shame
early.
losing to a superior fighter.
Yeah, no.
Hope your
Completely
Lumina
fucked
converter
up.
works better than your dueling.
Fuck. Nice. There we go. I'm just bad. I'm probably gonna lose to her again.
For those who come after.
Nice.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere, eh?
Congratulations, you beat a teenager. Take this token as your well-deserved prize.
Nice. Okay, let's not crash
The
now.
Chief Counselor honors us with what?
This is the...
I heard you.
You and I...
Should put that way.
There are...
And you will never go. You're so
Just take
me.
We're... You mean
It was a
the-
great
suggestion?
speech,
I do.
though.
Anyway.
Let's hear the speech again. Shit. Yes. Thank you, Smokey, for buying toke time, good sir. Oh, I packed a toke, but I never smoked it. So I already had a toke packed. Fuck me.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We
Yeah,
do
well,
not
this is
take
doing
for
again. I'd
granted
open a window. It's fucking hot in
You
here.
dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure.
True.
May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth.
This is such an epic scene.
Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
I'm stuck on the cord. Okay, let's hope it doesn't crash. Nice.
Get ready. You're old. How did you survive the Gomage? Which expedition are you from?
Fall back! Man! Gustav, come on, we need to go! He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
Run! Keep going! Come on! Move! Fucking snap out!
Me after a night of too many beers.
True, Levi. God, this looks so fucking nice. Thought there would be an item hidden there. Expedition. You briefly check on the expedition status using a chrome elixir to recover health from interrupting exploration. Expedition status shows the name of the current area, the expedition's current objective, bindings. Expedition status, current health of the expedition, current amount of chrome elixirs. The expedition is in a bad shape. Use a chrome elixir fully heal all members. Elixirs replenish expedition flags. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Free aim shots are a good way to hit flying enemies as well as target an enemy's weak point. Shooting costs 1 AP. Aim the Lancer's weak point, ideal. I'm guessing that's his weak point? Oh, I was off by like a millisecond. Welcome in, Eddie. How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. Double perfect. Shit, way too soon. Yes! Bitch. Fucked him up. Uh-oh. There's that loot. Looty, 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 looty. Where's that arm? I don't know. Ooh, that's cool. Cool. Holy fuck. They're all spiked through with the same thing. And like extremely almost precisely. Damn. They got fucking slaughtered. What the fuck? Oh no. Yeah, pretty much. Just do it. What do you got to lose? There's nothing left. Hmm?
You do that, we both die. Hey. Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustav.
Lune. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around, look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue. Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
Lucian.
This is not the place.
Oh
The
shit.
converter seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
Putain.
Lune stains. Lune's skills regenerate elemental stains. Her skills also consume specific stains to enhance their effect. 5 types of stains: ice, fire, lightning, earth, and light. Light stains can be consumed in place of any other stain. Cycle between the different elements to get the most of her skills. Lune's starting skills are Ice Lance and Immolation. Ice Lance's ice skill generates 1 ice stain and 1 light. Use Ice Lance to generate stains.
Ice shatter.
Oh shit, I forgot to do the thing. Portier is weak to ice and to 50% more damage to ice with weakness. Alright. Slow. Some enemies can attack the whole expedition at once. Execute an expedition. Parry. Consuming stains. Lune now has 1 ice and 1 light. Immolation will consume Lune's ice stain to deal increased damage. Fuck, I missed the second one. Burn status effect. Ah, I was too early.
We did it, Gustav. Let's see if your invention lives up to its reputation, shall we? It really works. We're not dead yet.
Yeah.
Come on. There might be other survivors at the Indigo Tree.
New Pictos. Dodger. Pictos can be equipped to increase character stats. Higher level Pictos grant better skills. They also provide passive effects called Lumina. Each character can have Luminas associated with Pictos. Luminas can be equipped in Lumina menu. Lumina points can be trigger their effects without equipping corresponding Pictos. Definitely playing as the bitch. Look, where's Toe Connoisseur? She's got no shoes on, bro. It's toe freedom today. Look at that shit. Free toes. Free the toes. No shoes needed. Oh, dude, and I like Fritos. True, Levi. Look at this. I like float. This is fucking awesome. Okay, there's nothing back there. Well, I love this character already. Whee! Alright, past all our dead comrades. Doesn't seem like there's anything on top of the dead bodies. Again, it's fucking beautiful. Oh, yeah, see, they did this so you can look at her feet. Look at her feet. I wasn't even looking at her feet. This is Gooner content right here. Expedition flag. During your journey, you will find expedition flags set up by previous expeditions. Expedition flags allow you to heal, recharge your items, and use their new skills and allocate character's attribute points. Character gain 1 skill point.
I wasn't looking at her feet, Itox said, lying. Okay, so I don't have any skill points to use. First strike. Use the F to attack the enemy in the first strike. Boom!
Ice, shut!
Shit, I was way too late on that one.
I'm ready.
Fuck, I was too early. Ice Ram. Or Lance Ram.
We can use that.
True, I don't know what for, but we've been getting a lot of it.
Interesting.
Pictos, critical burn.
Feel the burn.
I'm so bad.
Renee, watch out!
Damn. Yeah, it's Q.
Let's push forward.
Double tap. The hell is that?
Is that a house?
Looks abandoned.
Did I already go up here? Nope.
Interesting.
True. We already went through that cave, so...
This will be useful.
Upgrade weapon to level 3. Nice.
The indigo tree is not too far from here. If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
Yeah.
It said interact with something. I didn't quite catch that. Oh, the rope. What the fuck?
An advantage.
Nice.
We're getting all the goodies today, guys.
Here we are, huh?
Yeah. The continent. The indigo tree's over there.
Damn.
Well, that will help.
It's crazy. Oops.
Ice, shut! An advantage.
Applies powerful to 1/3 allies, increasing the damage dealt for 3 turns. Deals low single target lightning damage. Applies mark. Healing light. Yeah, let's get that. Rest.
Let the ink flow.
Oh, well I don't have anything, so...
Brace yourself.
Fuck. I wasn't fast enough.
Let the ink flow. Brace yourself.
Still not dead? Let's try again. There we go. Bitch.
This will be useful.
Well, that's good. I want to heal. I'll wait on that one. Let's go to rest. Okay, they do come back. Let's see if we can kill it without getting hurt. Man, I'm so bad at that. Better than before, though. Oh shit.
Dodge, Gustav.
Nice. Bitch. Flying enemies evade most damage from attacks or skills. Shooting is more effective against these enemies. Try shooting. Nice. Do I go up there or do I go over there? Let's go up here first.
Blue trees.
Something's disrupting the chroma around here. Be careful. Chroma is flowing.
Shit, I didn't get it.
Danger!
Nice.
A storm is coming.
Fuck, too soon.
Chroma is flowing. Someone came here before and set up these handholds.
Probably Expedition 69. The Climbers Expedition.
Let's thank them for that.
69. Of all the numbers, of course they had to use 69.
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Well, it certainly attacked them. An expedition journal. 81. Learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
Expedition 81, René. Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Gregoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious, but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Patrons.
Well, sounds like she died.
They communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like in Lumia. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevrons kill seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friend here can enlighten us. It really does speak.
What do you mean, light?
Did you kill these people?
Painted? By the painters? If we bring it light, perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Flares!
Survivors!
Hurry!
Did I miss it? I think I missed it.
Get ready.
Too soon.
Get ready.
Too soon.
Not looking good.
Wait, did I miss? Oh yeah, that's annoying.
Well, that will help. Let's push forward.
Oh my god, I fucked that up so bad.
This will be useful.
Interesting.
Nice.
Get ready.
Shit.
A storm is coming.
Oh, you just got him killed by saying that, bro. He was doing fine until you said that.
Fuck. It's big.
That's what she said.
Putain de merde.
Danger.
Now. Nope. Nope. That was just bad. Someone's shield to protect them. Blocks one hit. Actually, let's just use healing light on him. Fuck! Now.
A storm is coming.
Powerful is a bluff that applies the character's damage.
Brace yourselves. Ready to evade.
Oh my god. There. That one worked.
Dodge, Gustav.
Get ready.
Fuck.
Let us stain them.
Let me help.
Fuck!
Get ready.
Nice.
Lightning.
Well, that one was super fast. Oh shit.
Dodge, Gustav.
Get ready.
Danger. Danger.
Shit. No, I'm so bad. He's gonna die.
For those who come after.
Man, I really fucked that one up. Yeah, I have nothing. He's dead.
I'm ready.
It's all up to her now. Can she get the counters off?
I'll do it. I'll do it. Ready to evade.
There we go. Okay. Everybody help!
Careful. He's building up Chroma.
Oh no, look how many shields he has! I think I'm just straight up pretty fucked. Yeah, I'm just gonna die. Let's look at all of the counters. Perfect. Nope. Too soon. Can I skip this?
Leo!
Do I have to watch him die again? Yeah, apparently I can't skip it.
Fuck. It's big. Fall back!
Putain de merde. Get ready.
Nice parries. Yeah, I'm getting the timing down. Okay, let's see if we can get powerful on her for freaking more than 3 turns.
Fuck! I'm ready.
Okay, this is the tricky one. There we go.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
I'm bad at that. Feels threatened. It should feel threatened.
Feel the burn. I'll do it. Dodge Sam.
There we go.
Dodge Sam.
Shit.
Danger!
I'm just bad. Shit. Just try and kill him.
Feel the burn. Careful. He's building up Chroma.
Shit, now he has the shield? Oh, this is not good.
Ready to evade.
Lune, watch out!
Bitch, get some. Fuck!
The expedition's not over.
Uh-oh. I've never seen this attack. I don't know how to parry it.
Ready to evade.
Shit. It wasn't even that attack. No, I'm dead.
I'm ready. Ready to evade.
Fuck. Okay, I gotta kill those small guys. He's just continuously throwing attacks at me. That's bullshit. I had to kill the small guys. I can't rely on the parries for them. I just wish I could skip the cutscene. I mean, it's an epic cutscene, but...
Leo!
Fuck. It's big. Fall back!
Putain de merde.
Danger!
Get ready.
Man, I fucked that up. Killing it, bud. Yeah, right. I'm getting shit on.
Dochkistan. Dochkistan.
What? How did I get hit by the second one? I don't know why I can hit that one every time, but I can't do the double attack.
Dochkistan.
Get ready.
What?
Take cover.
Okay, I guess my rhythm's just broken. Oh, I missed it.
For those who come after.
How did I? Oh my god, I missed it.
Feel the burn.
Oh my god, and that does so much damage. I'm dead.
Brace yourself.
Well, this is really not good. That I'm totally fucked.
I'll do it. Weiss! Shut up!
Oh my god.
Careful. He's building up Chroma.
Yes! Okay, we got it.
A storm is coming. Ready to evade.
But I have to do it like 8 times in a row. Fuck! Seems pretty brutal for so early in the... I don't know if I'm even supposed to be here. Because I think this is a side quest.
Feel the burn.
I can't believe I didn't parry that! Oh my god.
I'm ready.
What the fuck kind of attack was that? Okay, there's a multi-hit that we need to get rid of his fucking shield. But we need to parry this or we're dead. Can we actually do this? I can heal. Oh no, I have to double parry. Shit. Yes! Does he die from the burn? We're just gonna kill him. I don't know if that's gonna kill him. I'm just gonna go with the immolate.
Feel the burn.
And I fucked it up. And I fucked it up. Oh my god. Oh my god, 6 HP. I'm dead.
Petrus must fall.
Or we get a cutscene kill. That was badass. He came back from the dead just to fucking do that. That was badass. Oh my god, my heart's fucking pounding.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Yeah.
You got him killed by saying his name, bro. Never say his name. Fuck, that was insane though. This game is amazing. Oh my god.
Nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Maya.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team.
Jesus.
What if it's a trap? The man on the beach.
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it
to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look.
Damn, man.
After Maya.
That's... Woo! Woo!
Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
What a dick! It's definitely a trap. Everyone knows it's a fucking trap. I want to find that light for that guy. And see what he has to say. There's an item over here. Most important protocol here is chain of command. Yeah, I don't know what their chain of command is. Do I have to like drop off from the other side, or is this just like a... You can't get to that. Okay, not quite sure about that one. Well, anyways, we're gonna call it here. We had a good time. We killed the fucking boss. It was a good time. Oh. You can't climb the thing in there? No, for some reason it won't let me climb. Like when I press the space bar, that's usually why it climbs. Or using like E or something. I think you have to come from another direction. But I'm not sure. Either way, I hope that saved the game. Yeah, it's a saving in progress. Okay. Sweet. Alright. Well, that's Expedition 33, guys. So far, best impression. Amazing. Fucking love it. Oh my god. Absolutely my type of fucking world. Dark, twisted, fucked up fiction. Inspired by Final Fantasy. It almost makes my ideas for like the landscape and everything come to life. I love it. Anyways, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, guys. Remember, I haven't said it in a while, but you guys are the pillars of the fucking stream. You are Atlas holding up the world. It's all about you guys. Don't ever forget that. Fucking love you guys. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we rating today? Let's see who's out there. I totally forgot to change my my category. Oops. No one said anything. At least I changed the overlay. Well, we got a new one, guys. Hope you enjoy this one. Always fun to find new people.